start off the campaign.
Shoot.
Ben fires.
I open fire.
Guard of peasants is in front of you. Ben,
Oh.
fire.
Well, I'll have to set a timer to see how long it takes before Ben kills somebody.
Please.
Um,
I won't be here to see it though.
Pretty soon we're gonna have a thing where it's like Ben killing people, super compilation.
yes. Okay, so
Jason's looking for a clothing store.
that's right. No,
You're gonna get arrested
well,
for indecent
you-
How long is that AI thing? Can we take 30 seconds and change it? It's going to be tough to look at.
well, even better. You guys are currently at standing outside of the Palace of Restov, okay, which is a city in the southern reaches of the country of Brevoy. Okay, you have been brought here, or summoned here, or invited here, depending on your individuals, to attend a formal ball and dinner with the ruler of Brevoy. So all of you, of course, have worn your best clothing, or lack thereof, for the party.
I got metal skin. Thank
Yes.
you.
So does he. He claims that too. Apparently, the ruler, a lady Jamandi Eldori, has summoned adventurers from around the region for a quest and expedition to resettle the region known as the Stolen Lands, okay, which is a tract of, I think it's 35,000 square miles to the south, that historically over the last several hundred years has been attempted several times, never successfully. Every expedition out there ends up falling apart, not working out, etc., due to lots of different reasons. Not necessarily dire, it just they run out of steam, they run out of motivation, they get killed off, whatever. Lots of different countries in the area have tried to settle it, but it's always been and always has remained wild. Okay, Brevoy would like to make another attempt and is sponsoring several groups to head out there. Okay, you each have been summoned, invited, asked, etc., to attend. Again, based on your own individuals, your own backgrounds, etc. And while you're outside gathering and talking amongst the crowd, you come to realize that somehow your names have been put together as a group, okay, through whatever logic the invitations have worked. Okay, there is apparently a couple of other ones, all that are sort of mingling and working and everything. But as you guys start to figure that out, there's a chime from the main door, and the guards call for everybody to head in for dinner for the feast that's coming up.
Ultimate group project.
That's right, group project. That's an Eagle project right now. Okay.
Speaking of which,
So the guards up there are standing at attention. They're wearing their finest dress uniforms, armor, and so forth. They don't have any weapons out, so they're not expecting any gunfire. And they open up the door, revealing the interior, where you guys are free to take seats.
Oh, hey, there are people with armor in here. Wow. There are 3 tables specifically, or no?
Yep.
wow,
That guy just has a whole bunch of knights with him.
I think we should sit at the night table.
I'm just gonna
So shouldering your way past the crowd, you go sit at the king's table.
I'm gonna sit here.
Where would be the best
I'm a
place?
barbarian.
Where would be the best place
Yeah,
for
but-
a person awaiting
Oh, that
sentencing to
front
be
table's the
exiled to the
king's?
Stolen Lands?
Yeah, that top table.
Oh, that top table is not for us.
Yeah, that top table is very clearly for the nobility.
Yeah, I go ahead and take a seat where I am, and then
You can come sit with
a
me,
bit.
Jason.
Yeah,
the
but
old
the
metal
queen,
that I
Yeah.
have.
the queen
I'm-
asked
yep,
for
right there.
Jason.
He
I'm
did.
gonna work with
She
the
did.
football.
She said, I heard about his lack of clothing preferences, and I just want to sit with Jason.
And then him.
character.
Well, my previous one.
Where are like the guards sitting?
Where are the guards sitting?
Probably
Yeah.
they're
They're
standing.
They're not.
standing.
Oh.
The guards are surrounding.
The guards are
guards are
guarding.
out all the exits, out of the room and the interior.
The guards are guarding the guarding places.
Where's a good spot I can shoot all the guards?
No.
at once?
Right.
I'm trying to find the timeout chair position.
Come to a dinner and you find the least in.
So who does this say next to me?
I don't know. What are their names?
I can't mount.
Jason's
I mouse
trending
over it. There's no
on,
name.
Yeah. Well,
On the
since I'm not
internet.
sure where you're at,
I am in the middle left bottom table.
the one to your right is Mara, the elf.
And who's the
People are.
The one above you is Craig, is
I guess
Craig's
that's
character.
It's me.
all white
It's like
stuff.
every other person in here has heavy armor on, and then you're just straight. Just sit down, no shirt,
He-
slam your weapons on the table.
He is that confident. Now,
The formal attire too literally.
everybody else in here is dressed in armor. They have weapons and so forth. The majority of them appear to be adventurers, although there's a number that look more diplomatic and court members and so forth. There's a variety of small talk initially. You guys are, free to take whatever seat you wish. However you wish to spread out. Looks like several of you did. And once you guys are all seated, they close the doors and start serving the meals.
Start killing everybody.
So the queen, Lady Jamara, is introduced over here on the top right. They come in and have a seat at the main table. Once I get them to control. Okay. She introduces the events, welcoming everybody to the place, and introduces herself as Lady Jamandi Aldori. The man that's with her is wearing a finely tailored clothing fit for a noble. She appears dressed for battle. Looks to definitely be a warrior of some sort, wearing a fine leather coat over a sparkling mail shirt. At her side hangs a ceremonial Aldori dueling sword with a bright silver pommel. The two make their way to the head table where they remain standing. The man starts off calling out to the crowd as most of the crowd quiets down. Greetings, heroes. I am Joseph Selemius, Lord Mayor of Restov, and this, as he gestures to the lady next to him, is Lady Jamandi Aldori. We both thank you for answering the call for heroes. You may be few, but we need only the best for this great task. She offers a broad smile before she speaks. South of here, beyond Brevoy's border, lies the Stolen Lands. This disputed territory has been claimed time and time again by would-be settlers, but because the area has been a haven for bandits and monsters, it's never been held long. Restov intends for this to change. If you have enough courage to drive off the dangerous denizens of the Stolen Lands, you can seize territory for yourselves and name yourselves baronesses and barons. Restov intends to recognize the legitimacy of the new rulers of this land, and none of the other neighboring realms care enough to challenge you. We're prepared to provide backing as a trade partner and military ally. If you claim the land, you will have my, indeed all of Restov's support. She raises her goblet. The details of your individual missions and charters into the Stolen Lands can wait. I raise my glass to you, brave heroes. For now, let us eat and enjoy the evening. Tomorrow promises to be a very busy day for all of you. The whole room takes a toast, and then they start the feast. Servants start cycling in from the side, delivering plates of fine fruits and meats and so forth, filling glasses with whatever drinks people wish. The feast itself is laid out as multiple courses. And the basic intent here is a series of rounds of get to know people. Okay? So the idea is there's an appetizer, there's several rounds of food, and then a dessert during the feast. You have about 6 rounds of about 20 minutes to interact with whomever you wish. You pick the target, whether it's another player, whether it's another NPC, whatever, and for those 20 minutes you're interacting with them. Okay? Based on your skills, your approach, your ideas, you get successes or alienate them, which then transfers over into additional information, influence, abilities, etc. Basically, everybody that's in this room, generally speaking, has some part to play in the ongoing story eventually. Okay, some of them more imminent, i.e. the group. Some of them potentially longer term. And now's your chance to interact with them, make friends, gain allies, or root out potential enemies and opponents. Okay. The premise here is the Stolen Lands is a very large tract of land. Anybody who's able to successfully generate a kingdom, maintain it, and support it will in turn become a noble in their own right, become very wealthy, very powerful, but as a result, there's a fairly hefty amount of competition because there's at least several groups that are all trying for the same thing. Okay? So, like I said, not everybody is necessarily friendly, depending on how you interact with them and what you do. Does that all make sense? So the way that it operates is you have basically 6 rounds. I'll go around the table 6 times. You let me know who you want to interact with, and for the first phase, you're interacting with them. You make some skill checks. You let me know how you're role playing it, etc. If you just want to interact with another group member and figure out what they are, that's fine. But you guys have been selected as a team. The robot or the automaton sits down in a corner and shuts off for the time being, so he won't have any part in this. But the rest of you are free to interact with whomever you wish over the course of the meal. Okay, so they come out and deliver appetizers first. And let's see, where we got Craig. You are seated over here. You are sitting across from a small gnome and Mara. Unless you wish to relocate yourself. The automaton next to you has turned off and is non-responsive. Seems to have zero interest in eating this food stuff.
I guess not. Who is this? What does this guy look like with all the knights around him?
This guy.
I think I've pinged him.
That guy?
Yeah.
That guy is... he is... his name is Hannes Drelev. Of course, doesn't help you very much. He is a member, or he is the leader of a mercenary company known as the Iron Wraiths, and one of the competing groups that's being sent out. He has effectively his own dedicated force, which are all those knights. Okay. He doesn't seem to have much interest in talking with anybody, other than looking pleasantly at everybody and sort of sneering at them like there's no chance they could possibly beat him. Okay.
He doesn't seem very nice.
Yeah, the ones at the central tables are really the primary ones.
Okay.
There is, I mean, you're free to interact with whoever, and if you want to try to interact with them, you can.
Okay. What about this blue lady with the shield? I think I tried pinging it.
Yeah, you did. So you're just going to spend the 20 minutes observing the crowd, trying to figure out who's who?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, that's fine. So give me a perception check. Keith, who would you like to interact with if anybody? Anybody of interest to you?
Who's the guy on to my right?
The guy to your right across, right here.
No, right here.
Click and hold.
Right?
Okay, that one is an adventurer. You want to interact with them?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a diplomacy roll or society, your choice. And Craig, when I come back around to you, I'll let you pick three icons. I'll give you some more details around them as far as observations.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
So what do I do?
Yes, you can have a +4 or a +4.
Your choice, whichever
on it.
+4 you want. Okay. Then just click on the dice. There'll be a dice next to it. There you go. Okay. You talk with her. She appears to be a adventurer. She's more curious, but the implication you got is she doesn't really seem to be following through. She's here for the dinner because she was invited and there's good food. But she, based on the feedback and the level of people that are here, especially that one barbarian that's walking around with no shirt, that's very, very confident here, inspiring. That she thinks that you get the impression that she's probably going to pull out of the quest fairly quickly. Okay, Carter, who, if anybody, would you like to interact with?
The person right across from me.
Person right across from you, and you're over there. Okay, so the one right here? No, that one. Okay. That one is... Okay. That guy is dressed in robes. Looks to be a spellcaster of some sort. At least from the icon that came up.
I just had one distinct question for him.
Okay.
Does he have a twin, since there's an exact replica?
There are a couple of twins. Yeah, no. There's a couple that have used fairly generic icons.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's why.
Oh, yeah, because they're the third one down.
Yeah, they're
For a second, I didn't really realize. Sorry.
some of them are more notable characters. Some of them are members of other groups.
Well, I guess.
Okay.
I can roll a diplomacy check.
Okay, yeah. A 10? Okay. Again, polite. Appears to be a member of... they claim that they're a member of Magar Varn's expedition. Doesn't have much to say. They were paid to be here, but are looking forward to some adventure and some activity compared to what they have these days, which is fairly quiet. They introduce you to Magar Varn, who's sitting directly to your south. Ben.
Alright. I'm going to move to the center table where it looks like a lot of the action's going on.
Okay.
And I'm going to see who's this guy.
Okay, going to interact with him. Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay.
Again, diplomacy or social, which, if that's better for you.
Society was better.
Okay, that's fine. Go with society then.
Right.
How much better is it?
+5.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you rolled
But
Oh, no.
no, I'll go with the original one. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, you again, polite. They appear to be an ambassador from a territory to the north. Fairly far. They were here mainly from a curiosity standpoint. They claim to be deploying or providing some additional funding to Brevoy as far as trade agreements and so forth. They're eager to see the establishment of another colony because that would improve trade and all the resources that apparently the Stolen Lands appears to hold. Okay? Ben, or Jason, I mean. Who would you like to oil up and slide next to?
This is going to be a running gag until your character's changed.
Going right to the
Are you just going to go straight to the table?
Aunt Jemima, right? That's her name, right? Aunt Jemima?
Aunt Jemima? No, her name is Jamandi Aldorai, is the one on the left.
That's
The one on the right is Joseph Salemius, who is the mayor of this city.
No, didn't want to speak to the mayor.
Okay,
I wanted to speak to
okay, Jamandi.
Jemima.
Okay, and so you walk up to her, flex a little bit. She looks up for her meal and says, "Greetings, greetings."
I'm not Fabio.
That can be you can be Fenris Fabio.
Just wanted to thank you for allowing me to join in the adventures that you're about to experience.
Certainly. From what I hear, one of your skills and background would be very useful in the Stolen Lands.
Oh, what do you think? Of what?
Well, there's all the brigands and monsters and creatures and so forth. It's certainly going to require some strength of combat.
No one's strong.
Excellent. Enjoy the feast. Socialize. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Okay. George, who would Amara like to talk with?
What do you guys want me to talk to? Group-wise? I'm fine with talking to whoever. What do you think?
Talk to this juggler down there.
Juggler?
Be extra useful. Talk with the entertainment.
I see. Okay. I'll talk to the juggler and see what rumors or information she has about different adventure groups. I'll do that.
Okay.
Since she's the entertainment.
Okay.
She might have more information.
Sure. Give me a diplomacy, society, or entertaining. If there's an entertaining skill.
There is entertainment.
Okay. If you have it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're rolling good, guys.
You are, everybody's like
No
rolling
one's rolled
tens.
above 5 yet.
Everybody's been getting
rolled
net
a
tens.
So
Good thing is the challenge rating is fairly low on a dinner. So yeah, the juggler is quite entertaining. He's juggling five different glowing balls in the air without much difficulty. Pauses to talk with you. Seemed very polite, mainly focused on entertaining people. According to him, there are at least 3 groups that are being sent out. His money is on Magar Varn's group. They have the most experience and the most background. The other 2, from what he's heard, are pulled randomly from the city almost. They don't have any particular experience, and most importantly, none of them have a specific name that they go by, other than the ones on the far left, the Iron Wraiths.
Yeah.
As a mercenary company, they have a lot of history and a lot of military training and so forth. The main concern they have is the troubles with Pitax to the south. This sort of thing, although the Queen claims that there's not going to be much issue, Pitax is in contest with Brevoy. They may always cause trouble.
Two major countries.
Yeah. Brevoy is the country you guys are currently in that you're working with. Pitax is effectively their enemy to the south. They've always had a very touch and go, difficult position. The common street information is that the 2 actively send spies and agents to work against each other, trying to get an upper hand in any potential conflict, but neither have escalated to all-out war.
So they're in like a Cold War.
Yeah.
So is that actually occupied where we're going? Or
No,
is
it's
it just
a
border?
section. It's a country neighboring Brevoy, but not in where you're going. There's several countries that surround this region that you're going, that nobody over the last 100 years or so has been able to colonize it and keep it, because it's just too wild of terrain. Brevoy is putting the investment in to try again, which is what you guys are all being able to do. If so, they can generate a lot of funds from trade and support, plus have a strong ally conceivably in that area, which would strengthen their position against the other countries. Pitax is effectively their enemy, and they would be opposed to Brevoy gaining that extra strength, but not necessarily opposed to colonization of the area. They would just want to benefit from it instead. You follow?
Yep.
Okay. So appetizers are done. A fine selection of strange-looking shrimp and seafood, and then they bring out the first course of several. A wide set of meals of fishes and elks and so forth, all steaming on the plates as we go into the second round. Craig, who do you want to talk with?
So I got to pick 3 people to learn about, right?
Correct. Pick 3 icons on the board. I'll tell you some details about them so that you have some basics.
So I'll do the elf right there.
Okay?
The dwarf over here,
Okay?
and this person in armor
That
over
person
here.
in armor. Okay. So the elf you have come to know is named Jathel. She is an elf from the region of Kyonin. Okay. Her skin is deathly pale. Wearing nothing but dark clothing, with long raven black hair. Wearing no sign of jewelry of any sort. Okay. Leaning against the table next to her is a oversized, wickedly sharp-looking scythe. She seems to be talking to, not really talking to many people. She doesn't really seem like she's a party person. Giving her a look. She just sort of slowly picking at the food, eating the rarest pieces of meat. Okay. The dwarf on the far side. Word is his name is Haram. He appears to be a cleric of Grotus. Okay, if you're familiar with that religion at all.
Yeah.
If not, make a religion check and you can become familiar with it. But
I mean,
if
I
you
have
are,
a character and-
then you're perfectly fine. It's not a rare one. Appears to be middle-aged with a bald head and a large salt and pepper beard. Covered in armor, several weapons, etc. He's loudly talking and engaging with the people with him, but his demeanor seems off-putting. From what you've been observing, they're trying to talk and have fun, and every time they say something, he says something very negative to them. So it's like he's very pessimistic, and as a result, everybody sort of like turns the conversation away from him. But he doesn't. That doesn't stop him. He just keeps jumping into the conversation. If that makes any sense. Okay. And then the one on the far right is a details for it. She is a warrior, apparently born into nobility, by the name of Valerie. Has holy symbols and so forth of Shaylin, but does not appear to be a priest. She is particularly beautiful, striking blue eyes, very athletic. She seems very polite and well-mannered. Like I said, more of a nobility type atmosphere and approach, and is eating dinner very formally and properly. Okay, I mean, she's making sure her plate and all her forks and knives are all very carefully laid out, spaced, and everything. Every time she puts down her fork, she puts it in the precise location, and so forth. The others at the table are talking with her, and she gives short responses, very precise information, and so forth, without necessarily offering a lot of extra. Okay. Who would you like to interact with at this point? If any of those or others.
I'll interact with her.
Okay. So you head over there and have a seat next to her. She looks up, smiles a bit at you, recognizing a priest. Greetings, good sir.
Greetings, and I'll do like a formal nobility greeting.
Okay.
And I'll introduce myself.
Okay.
As Casimir Labida. So the Labida family. I'll ask what noble family she's from.
Good question.
Got
She does. She says she is not a noble, but she was trained in the churches of Shaylin, and has set out here to head into the Stolen Lands as a worthy and honorable mission.
Okay.
She seems much more driven by honor and responsibility than by money or personal gain.
Okay.
Okay. So give me your choice. I get. How do you want to interact with her, if at all? I mean, obviously you are, but
Yeah.
in what way?
I guess kind of like a similar thing of I want to go into the Stolen Lands to like expand civilization.
Okay.
Kind of benefit the country, that kind of thing.
Okay. So give me your choice: diplomacy, if you have it, warfare lore, or society.
What about mercantile lore?
She doesn't have any interest in mercantile lore. Again, she's not driven by personal profit, so it doesn't help.
We'll do society.
Okay.
Dang. Reroll.
Okay, what'd your total come out to on that one?
4.
A 4. Ooh.
Plus
So you
3.
attempt to engage and speak pleasantly about current events and things going on. And due to natural habit, it becomes all about how you can profit about certain things, given your training. And you fairly quickly turn her completely against you. Okay. She doesn't turn you against you. She instead, basically, you don't get anywhere with her. She acts polite, and she talks with you, and then after the first course is done, she bids her leave and dismisses you.
Let's go. One less competition.
That's right. So,
I just start talking about finance.
Keith, who would you like? Yes. Have you seen the spreadsheets recently?
Exactly. Bonds are really up tomorrow.
Keith, who would you like to interact with?
That one right there.
That one right there.
Press button and no
You need to press and hold.
Press and hold. Yeah, there we go.
detail.
Okay, that one appears to be she is a large, boisterous female. She is wearing leather armor, has a oversized sword on her back, remarkably similar to the other guy that's been walking around the room,
Studded leather.
but she is wearing clothing. Okay.
Have studded leather.
She has been loudly and aggressively engaging with everybody around her and eating the food and so forth. Those forks and knife things just slow her down. She just like grabs the food and shovels it into her mouth. She looks at you and says, "Greetings. I don't like salads, but you look like you might be interesting to talk about or talk to." Her name is Amiri, and how would you like to interact with her? What sort of approach would you like to take?
Let's see, I can tell her salads is my business. I'm a farmer.
Okay. So that would be, I'll say, survival.
Can you survive the conversation?
So you can give me your choice. 3 choices in your case based on your approach: survival, performance, or diplomacy.
Survival. Diplomacy.
Okay.
Survival's high. Survival.
Oh, okay. I think
He prefers
Well, I'm just
diplomacy.
letting him know. He can do diplomacy if he wants. I'm just giving him options.
Yeah, you're right.
Nice roll. Okay.
Highest roll of the day.
Oh, there we go.
So you start talking about plants and so forth, and initially she's not all that excited or interested. She's much more of a carnivore rather than a herbivore. But after a short time, you realize that she's actually paying quite a bit and paying quite a bit of attention and hanging on most of your words as you discuss various plants and so forth, and has quite a bit of interest in how those plants apply both in a combat situation or how you can survive in the wild by eating different things along those lines. As a result, you can make a note that you have 1 point of influence with Amiri, as she is impressed with your abilities. She's more than willing to continue talking with you if you wish. As the meal progresses, but seems very interested, and her demeanor sort of calms down somewhat at the meal, and she becomes almost civilized, using her knife on occasion to cut some of the food. Okay, Carter.
I'm gonna talk to the person directly to myself.
Okay, that person. Okay, that would be Magar. Magar Varn. Okay, he is the third son of a Brevoy baron. As a result, he doesn't stand to inherit any of his titles or holdings from his father. The opportunity to make a name for himself by answering the call for heroes is what he views as his best chance to make his fortune. Okay, he is a rugged-looking man with a constant shadow of a beard on his jaw, wearing with dark gray hair. He carries a distinctive sword that bears the crest of House Varn, 4 hatchets arranged in a circle. Okay, seems fairly serious, a bit older than most of the crowd here, and very matter of fact as far as his soldiers. Several of the other people here apparently work for him. What sort of approach would you like to use with him?
Probably like is there an opportunity for us to make a fortune together?
So you want to team up or coordinate?
Yeah, sort of like that.
Okay. Okay. So I'll let you choose. Well, when you say you want to team up, are you offering to team up, or are you suggesting his best choice is to team up?
It's probably suggesting his best choices.
Okay. Then I'll give you, you can make, the 3 options you have are diplomacy, society, or intimidation.
Deception.
I could go with deception.
Deception? Okay.
Okay.
Then that's not.
That's not the role?
No.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, you talk to him. He seems pretty competent. I mean, he listens politely, and after a while, you start to realize that yeah, he's seeing what you're talking about and how you're trying to persuade him, but he's not really coming around. He doesn't seem to care along those lines. He has his own mission. And his impression, the attitude he has is he doesn't really need anybody else. He's got his own team, and the more people that are there, the more he's diminished as far as his gains. So he's not really interested in teaming up, despite the arguments you got or that you gave. That, from his standpoint, doesn't seem to really pay off from his standpoint. Okay, so after the first meal is done, he moves on and talks to other people. Now, that's not to say that other people can't interact with anybody, but as far as your conversation with him, he's not interested in talking to you further. Okay? Ben.
Alright, so I'm going to move over here, and
Okay.
I'm going to talk to a man over here who said he was part of the Labita family.
Okay.
So
you engage with Craig.
Yes.
You have pretty good hearing.
I happened to overhear you were from the Labita family. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Lord Edward Sertova. You can call me Pinkbeard. Everyone just calls me that because my beard
is pink.
Yes. I would like to offer my sincere apologies for causing more trouble between our families when I fell in love with your sister. What?
Yeah, this is news to me.
This
Where have I been?
Lady Alara.
Am I aware of this? Is this canon?
Is this a storyline?
This is a
plot?
storyline because
Okay, it's one of the backgrounds has that?
Yeah, because
Okay.
in Ross Lake.
So you are aware you have a sister,
Okay.
and you are aware that there was a scandal, apparently.
There's,
Okay.
there's
Dang, I guess I-
there's an age-old feud between the
I sit
Levitas
down.
and Sertovas.
Okay, so there's a feud.
I sit down and Excel for 30 minutes.
Well, honestly, I wasn't sure about the background, whether this was your own background or whether this was campaign background. But campaign background, as far as a feud between those two houses, makes complete sense. I go where I understand where you're going now. You're trying to mend those fences
Yes,
because
I'm
the
trying-
two of you are going to be working together.
Yeah, I'm trying to just make peace. I was exiled from my family in Rossland, and I
To join your family.
But of the fam.
and yeah, I'm just trying to make amends between our family's hostilities here.
You know, if you kill him, I don't have to kill him.
Now I have a
just
whole
immediately
different view of finding a horse head in the bed because he has a horse.
Exactly.
Be a member of the family.
And I'm going to try to use my society to suggest an, I guess, alliance since we're already.
Well, you can't use the skills as such to influence another player because that
Okay.
takes away their agency. But the idea of you reaching out to him and everything that's purely up to
Okay,
Craig
yeah.
as far as role playing.
Alright.
Denied.
He's making he's making the overtures, and you just discovered you had a sister.
Ah,
So
well.
bonus.
I guess.
Okay,
Okay, Jason, who would you like to interact with?
got a very generic question. So this whole group, we're already a group.
Yes.
We are.
You guys, per your invitations, have been selected and identified as a group heading out into the Stolen Lands.
But the
Players.
people, but
The players.
right, but the people around us, they're not part of our group.
Correct. Okay, now, some of them may be potential allies, some of them may be potential enemies. Again, depending on how you interact, if you interact, what their motivations are.
Nope.
There are two other definitive groups that are going out. One is the one on the left, the Iron Wraiths, and one is this Magar Varn, who has his own. Okay, so there's three groups that the group has determined that are being sent into the Stolen Lands. Whoever succeeds, it becomes a baron and has a kingdom. Whoever doesn't, didn't make it.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that just means you die.
Probably. Okay.
So these two at the head table, though, Aunt Jemima and the other one.
Jamandi.
Jamandi is a girl. right?
Jamandi is a girl. She is the queen of Brevoy. Or the leader of Brevoy. I'm not sure if she's a queen necessarily.
But the mayor.
Is Joseph Selemius.
So,
They're
what I was gonna
unrelated.
what I was going to be doing with one of them too was trying to figure out who I need to answer to.
Jamandi.
Jamandi
Is the
boss.
one that is formalizing and funding the operation. Joseph is the one that's the mayor of the city, and you happen to have this celebration in his city.
Okay.
Okay, he's the sponsor of this dinner.
So since she's our go-to, and she is the one that's pretty much heading this whole thing, I think it's imperative that I continue to talk to her.
Yes, except she's also made it fairly clear that any business is going to be conducted tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, right now this is a meet and greet for everybody, and she's polite, she'll talk with you, etc., but she's not interested in going into any details or discussing specifics until tomorrow. That's what that's what her timing is. Okay,
Okay.
so you can push the fact if you want, but yeah, she's your patron. She's funding the whole thing with the hope of establishing a new country that gives military and trade benefits to Brevoy. Okay. And right now, she's giving everybody the opportunity to get to know each other, feel out
In other
allies,
words,
etc.
I can have more conversations with her later.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be. Okay. And the guy over here in the corner, is that a guard? Because he's different than the other.
The guy all the way in the
East
corner,
wing, or-
east side, all the way against the walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are guards
those are
typically.
both guards.
Yeah, most of them are. You can certainly talk to them, but they're guards.
No, yeah.
Nobody cares about guards.
This table. Has anybody came over to this table?
That one? That's where the Iron Wraiths are.
Those are guards also.
Those are mercenaries that work for the guy here.
He's the competition.
He's the competition.
He is one of the two competing groups. So you have this guy who leads the Iron Wraiths, and you have this guy who runs his own group.
It's almost like they're on other sides and we're caught in the middle between them.
It's strange how that symbolism works.
Well, I'm gonna go to this guy.
Okay, so you're gonna go talk to him.
Yep.
Okay. So that is Hannes Drelev. Let's see. That's okay. Andy will take some notes before the next game for you. He'll fill it in.
I'll make sure he stays on top of it.
You
That
do.
notepad kept it handy.
Yeah.
You're responsible.
You are responsible for making notes for us.
If we don't have them.
He's like a whole separate character who's just like a scholar / observer who
Right.
writes all the
Okay.
scrolls.
So give me a diplomacy or social. You introduce yourself. He looks impressed by your apparent skill and background and so forth, but he's polite. The gist that you get is he is the leader of a formal mercenary company, basically a military unit known as the Iron Wraiths, trained for efficiency and combat prowess. They responded to the summons as a effort to expand their holdings and demonstrate their capabilities. They're very matter of fact, very straightforward, very militaristic, and so forth. Very disciplined, which doesn't really fit with your general idea, but also fairly capable. I mean, they're well funded, well equipped, and so forth. They are clearly one of your competitions. He's polite. He's pleasant enough, but doesn't have any interest in sharing any of his plans or allying or anything like that.
No. Any suggestion? Even if I play the role of asking for assistance, as far as is there anything that we need to know? Because obviously we're more experienced in this.
If you need to ask that, then I would suggest you head home. Yeah, he seems to have zero interest in sharing information, and doesn't feel that anybody else here is good enough to provide him with useful information. He seems very arrogant as far as that approach, which you can. Okay, George.
So where do people want me to go?
I think there's another juggler.
There's a juggler again.
How about that guy right there?
Okay, that table over there?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are 3 plus the dwarf.
I'll enter in the conversation and get like a idea of personality and like beliefs and ideas from each of them.
Okay, so you're just gonna observe and listen in.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. So the dwarf, like I described to Craig, is a cleric of Grotus. The other 3 are 2 humans and a halfling. They are the one in the center is a diplomat of some sort. Doesn't look like an adventurer. Certainly is not heading out into the Stolen Lands for anything dangerous like that. The other 2 seem to be capable and are jokingly talking about how they're going to strike it rich and this is going to be easy and so forth. They seem very overconfident in their skills. More bragging and boisterous. Okay. Haram instead keeps every time they comment of it. Yeah, we're going out into the Stolen Lands. We're going to be rich within a week. And Grotus's response is along the lines of, "No, you guys are going to be dead within a day." and very negative about everything. Anything they say, he turns right around and says how it's going to go wrong with them, as if they're going to roll ones on everything. What sort of approach do you want to take?
Kind of like I would think more like give them a false impression, like enter the conversation, but like give them a false impression of like who I am and stuff like that using like deception.
Okay, so you're going to try to talk up your abilities as well?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so give me your choice of performance, diplomacy, or deception. Okay, which one did you choose? Deception? Okay. Okay, so he listens in. Still seems very negative. Seems a bit. The dwarf seems fairly annoyed with your optimism about your abilities and everything. His view is nobody in this hall is qualified. Everybody's going to be dead within a week. And nobody will remember any of them. Why waste our time, etc. While the other three, the diplomat is very curious. It talks about some sort of wager going on in the rest of the town as far as which group might be the most efficient and so forth. There's a couple of people that are trying to observe different capabilities and so forth. And then the halfling is very interested in your abilities. They listen to all your stories intently, as far as your capabilities. Okay. So the first round is done, or first section is done. They come out with the second course, which is a wide variety of imported fruits and vegetables. Not very many pickles, but otherwise they have a wide variety of vegetation and so forth. Craig, who would you like to interact with at this point?
I'll go to the elf with the scythe.
Okay.
That's
right.
I'm trying to be.
He's a floater. Okay. So you go speak with Jathel. Again, she seems very, for lack of a better description, goth. Dark clothing, pale skin, dark hair, scythe at her side, and so forth. She looks up at you and moves over slightly, avoiding your touch and so forth as you sit down next to her. What sort of approach do you want, or how do you want to interact with her?
I guess I'll just introduce myself.
Okay.
And ask what brings her here. Why does she want to go to the Stolen Lands or interact with that?
Okay. Give me a diplomacy, a religion, or I guess intimidation?
We'll do religion.
Sure.
There we go.
Okay. You speak religion and start discussing with her. You figure out fairly quickly she is a worshiper of Urgathoa. Okay. She is interested in heading to the Stolen Lands because of the various monsters and creatures that exist there. And her belief that such creatures can be brought under control with the beliefs of Urgathoa. Okay. Definitely has a very dark intent and dark view. But you demonstrate how much faith you have and your belief and so forth. And end up scoring a point of influence with her as well, based on how strong your faith is. And the common belief that you can't take money with you. But the more you can gather, the better you better off you do after you die.
What's her name?
Her name is Jathel. Okay. Keith, who do you want to interact with?
How about the one directly south?
South of you. Okay. Give me a diplomacy or social roll.
Does the pickle get to use home grounds?
It does not. I don't think it can talk right now.
It has speech.
Yeah, it does.
It does have speech?
Yeah,
Okay.
we chose it.
Okay.
He just walks up on the table.
I mean, it's an easy conversation starter.
Yeah, you attempt to talk to them. They don't seem to have much interest in talking to you at all. They're very confused by both the talking pickle as well as you. And after only a couple minutes, they pick up their plate and go elsewhere. Okay, Carter.
I want to interview.
Interview.
Yes.
Bring out your microphone and everything.
I'm gonna talk to that guy right there.
That guy.
Yeah. He looks different from all the other knights
He does look different.
and guards. I've noticed a theme that you should
question.
pick the ones that aren't duplicated.
The ones that are not duplicated have more relevant
Yeah.
storyline. The other ones can give you more background information. So it depends on what you're looking for, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so his name is Ivenzi. He is the captain of the guard. Maintains security around the castle and so forth. So you walk up to him. He's standing fairly alert, just watching the crowd, looking for any trouble, etc. How would you like to approach him?
Probably with like a optimistic opportunity type of.
Like you're going to offer him a job?
Yeah.
He's offering everyone jobs.
How would you like a job, captain of the guard?
I'm a magus who mixes with the dark arts.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Give me a persuasion, diplomacy.
Deception.
Sure.
All right. Oh man.
ooh, so
That was close. Almost on 20 there. Yeah, you talk to him. He seems to have minimal interest in talking. Almost like he's on duty and at work. Doesn't have any meal or drink in his hands or whatever. He keeps his hand on his sword at the side all the time with his shield ready to go. And as you start talking to him, he initially is very polite and says yes sir and no sir, and then he starts like moving away so he can keep an eye on the crowd as you're like standing in front of him. And then eventually he just stops you and says, "I'm sorry, sir. I am on duty. I am working. Please resume the festivities and speak with the other guests if you have desire for conversation."
If I keep rolling like this, I'm not gonna figure out anything.
Okay, Ben.
All right.
So you've mended bridges with your in-laws, and
This is gonna go over great at Christmas.
All right. So I'm going to go find the guy who had all that pessimistic talk about everything.
Okay.
This one, or is it moreover?
Another one over.
Another one over.
this is the pessimistic one.
All right. And I am going to ask him about the things that are most likely to kill us all in the stolen lands.
Oh, you want to know what's going to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure we got enough time here for the dinner. You heard of diseases,
Ooh, yeah.
foul airs, etc. Okay, give me a. If you have it, and I'd be surprised, Grotus lore. Yes, that's a common one. Dwarven lore.
I have nature.
No.
Dwarf master.
Diplomacy
Got two
or performance.
I have a performance.
Got two
Okay. You get a +2 bonus currently. Doesn't help. Okay. So yeah, he starts rambling on about all sorts of things. I mean, anything from lemon juice to dragons will kill you,
Okay.
and
so
anything in between.
We gotta watch out for all of those.
Yes. Dangerous lemon juice. Okay, Jason.
I'm gonna go over to the other lady.
Okay.
She
Take me
was
to
this
your
guy,
leader.
right?
Yep. Okay. I think you've heard the description of him before. Basically, he's the son of a baron who isn't going to inherit anything, so he's decided that settling his own land is the way for him to get his fortune.
And like
Those
the
three are
Iron
at the
Clan-
table.
The Iron Clan group and his group have already been out.
No,
No.
none of them
They're
have.
going.
Everybody's being sent. This is the dinner party before everybody gets their missions and assignments and heads out into the wilderness.
The calm before the storm.
Right. The Brevoy sent out invitations to notables and would-be volunteers, etc., that had some capability and some skill. He received one of them. The Iron Wraiths received one of them, and your group received one of them, because they had an established group already. They stuck everybody else together and said, "Okay, you guys volunteered. You're together now." Okay.
Well, I'll still go talk to the
Okay. How would you like to approach him?
other. From the aspect of kind of like, man, ironclad guy is stuck up.
Okay.
Go into the conversation that way.
Okay. If you have Brevoy, heraldry, politics, or warfare lores, do you have any of those? Okay. Then diplomacy, society, either of those would work. Okay. $19. Okay. You talk with him. He seems polite. You treat him well, given his noble background and so forth. He doesn't really warm up to you. He views you more as a commoner, that he's not really interested in speaking too much. You don't really have the right approach or skill set, being a barbarian, to interact with him. You keep fumbling over the fact that you highlight the fact that he's a third-born son, and he has no value, etc. But he's noble, so he's still important, and so it sort of turns him off on the conversation. He's not really very interested in talking to you very much.
Okay.
Okay,
3 for 3.
there you go. So George,
So you guys want me to talk to?
Who do you want to talk to?
Well,
Nobody asked the rogue who they want to talk to.
who do you want me to steal from?
Fuck
Oh, I
you.
already did that person.
It's always more.
You talk to this one.
I could talk to them. Sure. I mean, I talked to the juggler that was right next to me.
Okay, so which one you go into? That one? Okay. Give me a diplomacy or a social. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not 100% familiar with her background. But, she's lived in the city of Restov her whole life.
Okay.
So use that as a...
Which as a commonality or whatever.
She's a sword scion.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what her particular background options are.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. But she's lived in Restov the whole time. That's a starting point.
Yeah.
So you talk with them. The person you're talking to seems to be an ambassador. They seem very out of place here, being that they appear to be an ambassador from Varizia. Varizia is quite a distance from this location. You're fairly far east from there. They're very eager and interested in talking about Restov and this region. and very curious about it. They're here primarily on a mission to, as an ambassador to Brevoy, they're very curious to send information home as to how this colonization attempt ends up working, and was it successful, what are the flaws, how many people die, etc., for similar efforts from Varizia into different areas in that region.
My screen just went. The map screen on my screen went
Press
black.
Just at F5.
F5.
Yeah. So doesn't seem to have anything else useful as far as this information. They're too foreign as far as that. Okay. So the third round of the meal comes out. This is a return to more savory dishes and so forth with meats and cheeses mixed with some breads. Everything comes out, and what would you guys wish to do? Start with Craig.
I'll talk to this guy.
That guy.
Right there, the fancy
Okay.
looking guy.
Fancy guy. Okay. That is a gnome. He introduces himself as Tartuccio. Okay. He's here as an ambassador and is dressed in fine robes and silks. Looks fairly stately and noble, potentially a prince. Doesn't really seem like an adventuring type as such, but seems very open to conversation and so forth, but you get a strong impression pretty quick that he's fairly brash and likes to talk over people, and doesn't really view everybody else's conversation as valued. Like every time somebody starts telling a story, he says he jumps in and says, "Well, no, that's not how it would work. It would work this way instead," and that sort of thing. How would you like to interact with him?
I guess I'll ask what his interest in the stolen lands are in this area.
Okay.
And I'll introduce myself and give like a noble greeting.
Okay.
And I'll ask him about like his background and his interest here.
Okay. So you can make a deception, diplomacy, or performance roll.
Could I just decide?
You can, but it's not currently one of the options.
Okay. Dang.
There's certain skills that
Yeah.
apply for different ones based on their personalities.
So deception, diplomacy, or performance?
Yes.
Okay. They are all equally 0. So
Equally 0. Okay.
We'll do diplomacy. No.
Cleric is he?
I get like 4 skills to start with.
Okay. So you start complimenting him a bit about his knowledge and so forth. He seems open to it, but he starts talking a lot of philosophical and technical details around magic that you quickly get lost on. And as he realizes that, you're not really understanding what he's talking about, he sort of doubles down on it, almost in an air of trying to make you feel inadequate for the conversation. Okay, so after a period of time, it's more of you wander away rather than him. Okay? Yes. Magic.
He has the blather ability.
Yes. Keith, who would you like to speak to?
I'll just call him a witch. Go get the witch hunters out.
Your witch.
And this entire building is burned down.
Yep.
Okay, now, I understand everybody's sort of jumping around trying to get lots of information. A couple of you, in a couple of cases, have gotten people that have warmed up to you. Okay, have gotten some influence. Right, there are aspects of this. The more influence you get, the bigger an ally they will be at a later point. Okay, so that's part of the intent here. I want to make sure everybody understands that. Got plenty of rounds left, but.
So if somebody connected with you, back to
So let me talk to her.
Talk to her. Okay. Okay. Go back to talk to Amiri. Okay. So you head back. She looks excited. She looks like she was just about to get completely bored, because all these people next to her are rather dull, and that gnome that was just talking about a whole bunch of gibberish, nonsense, magic stuff was really getting under her skin. So she's glad to have you come back to talk to her. What would you like to talk with or discuss with her?
Since she's a carnivore, what does she like? What kind of meats? And would it be something that we could, plant crops in order to feed carnivores?
Okay, so give me a survival roll, performance, or diplomacy. Okay. So she fills you in on a variety of animals in the Stolen Lands, at least that she's heard of. There are plenty of wild boars. They do taste a little gamey. Rumors are of various lizards and even some owlbears that live in the Stolen Lands, any of which no doubt would make great eating and be a strong show of might to be able to take them out. Okay? It does score you a second level of influence with her.
So I'm at +2.
Yeah, you're at a level 2 with her. Carter,
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up behind the dwarf.
scare him?
I'm gonna put my hands on his shoulders and be like staring at the three people in front of me, like, listen, you guys really don't understand. He knows what he's talking about. This is the Great Dwarf. Or I don't.
This is the Great Dwarf.
What was his name?
This is the great. What's his name?
This is a great dwarf. This is one of the dwarves of all time.
His name is Harum.
This is the Great Harem. I would not try arguing with him. I'm trying to gain his interest.
Okay, okay.
Flame his ego.
I'm sure putting
This is the
hands
great.
on his
What's your name again?
And you're an orc?
I don't quite remember. Just pull his name tag. Ah, yeah. Yes, I'm
Really
an orc.
incredible.
Okay.
Team up.
That's right. That's right.
He gets on my shoulders.
Okay. Give me a...
I am lying to him about it.
That might be. Give me a performance, diplomacy, or deception.
All right. Come on, roll good. Okay, that's all right.
You walk up, try to butter him up in front of the rest of the crowd.
It's not a Jason butter up.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll need some canola.
That's cocoa butter.
Okay.
Melt butter on my abs.
The others seem impressed by how you speak with him and everything, and they, as far as how you play up his reputation and everything. He seems he's
Dwarves are.
Dwarves do tend to lean towards the conservative side.
yes. He seems pleasantly surprised would be mischaracterizing, because he doesn't seem to have a way to be pleasantly anything. He seems negatively surprised, but in a good way. He doesn't like shirk away or resist it or whatever. He takes it in stride, and then he says, "Yep, every day, twice a day, a bad clock still has the right time. I guess sometimes you get some compliments, but whatever. I guess the orcs are the only ones that can see anything."
Plop down right next to him.
Okay, so you do get a point of influence for him.
What was his name?
Harum. Harrim.
Yeah, this is my buddy right here.
That's right, the Great Dwarf. Great Dwarf and Orc compromise. Ben, who would you like to interact with? We are on the third course right now, right? I think this is the third.
Going to move
Well, there was
over-
a third main course.
Round 4.
Yeah.
I'm going to move over here near the pickle guy, and
Okay.
I'm going to chime in on their conversation about
The pickle?
nature and stuff, and I'll use my nature skill.
Okay, so you're specifically sitting on the... Oh, well, the pickle is currently over here talking to Amiri.
Yeah. Oh.
So I assume you're going over. That's why I got confused
He
based on
hurdles over the
location.
goblin
So-
and the gnome.
Okay,
and then
so
doubles
you're going to
back.
go interact and introduce yourself to the pickle? Okay, so go ahead and introduce yourself. Figure out who you guys are. Because right now, you guys, I think the only ones that know anything about anybody are you two.
Yeah.
So,
And that's because we have a whole century of family
That's right.
history.
and he figured out he had a sister.
I think you need to add it. Press that.
Oh,
You might want to
No,
introduce
click the
yourself
three
at some
dots.
point.
It's your managed tab.
Well,
Myself to me.
yeah. You might want to introduce yourself.
What are you trying to do?
We're trying to add the bibliography section because there's a notes section in it to keep track
that's
of
where
like
I
your
was trying.
influence. He keeps clicking on manage tabs and then it just goes away right after. There you go, that's it. And then click on show bibliography. And if you scroll to the bottom, type in your notes.
Is that on the character sheet?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I didn't know it had that.
Yeah, I'm just keeping track of my influence.
Well, and an important thing, that influence is group wide. I mean, it might be specific for your
Oh, yeah, I
character,
was
but
just
the
writing
group
it down.
benefits from it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if somebody else, for example, gains influence with the same character, it's cumulative.
Okay.
Likewise, if it's
So
negative.
now
We
everyone
all
needs to
spam
come put
one
their
person
hands
to
on their
save
shoulder.
the whole party.
You could. Like I said, it's the whole point here is building connections that may or may not help you later in the storyline. Or building enemies that may or may not harm you later in the storyline. Okay, so I'm sorry. Where were you? You were talking to the goblin.
Yeah, I was going over here to sort of add into like the conversation he's having with.
Oh, okay. You're gonna talk to Amiri.
Yeah,
Focus
sort
on
of
that?
to add into the conversation on like survival and stuff.
Okay, so yeah, she's actively talking with the goblin. You head over there. She seems more than eager to talk with everybody. She's up for the challenge. She's carrying a conversation on with the goblin and the two people across the table. Although the gothic lady is really not saying much, and the gnome is just sort of talking over everybody. So she's focused more on the goblin and then the one with the loot directly across the table. So you head over there, join the conversation, and what sort of approach are you going to take?
I'm going for the more like survival approach of like.
Don't pick a skill. Tell me
Oh.
what you're talking about. I'll choose what the skills are.
I'm gonna go for more of like similar thing of like edible plants in the wild and like the best game to hunt.
Have
that
you
sort
heard of the
thing.
new best lettuce that we found?
I guess my
Where
character,
examples?
since he's more aristocrat, would talk about like the best game to hunt.
Okay, and that's fine. That's what I'm trying to get at is you play your character. How would you approach it? Like when you did with Craig, that worked well. I like that. With this, it's not a matter of I want to choose this skill. It's I want to approach it this way, and that's how it applies to the skill.
Because I know they're talking about survival-y stuff.
Oh
so
yeah,
I figured-
she's currently talking about how to best to roast owlbear meat.
Yeah, so then I could talk about like the hunting, like the.
Got to make
tactics
sure
on
you
how
take
to
the
hunt
feathers
them.
off. Okay. So you step in. She starts talking about how there's all sorts of fine game to hunt in the Stolen Lands, many of which will probably kill you real quick. But you look mighty capable. So you can give me a survival, a performance, or a diplomacy roll. Well, correction. I'll give survival, performance, or athletics in your case.
Flip the table.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, she doesn't seem that impressed by you.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, you start talking about the couple of game hunts that you've done, and it's like I hunted that chicken,
Most of the
and
time,
so
the big
forth.
animals were just placed in the area. already
Yeah,
fed and
it was
weakened
like
and stuff.
very weak and everything. And she seems less than impressed
the
by
rich
that.
person kind of hunting where it's already
Okay.
placed there.
You can make further checks with her if you wish, but they all carry a -2.
Okay.
Okay. Jason.
Well, I went from leader to leader to leader. Now I'm going to go to Bane.
We haven't found the leader of that central group.
I was there the leader of the central group.
I don't know. There's 7 of you, so. I think you're missing my point.
He's
You
talking
are,
about
yeah,
us.
your group. You haven't found the
We
leader
don't
of
have
your
a
group.
leader.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh, okay.
figured they're all leaders of groups, so I want to know what they're up to.
So I'm sorry, where were you going to go?
Going to the mayor.
Oh, you're going to head over to him? Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna sit on his side of the table.
Well, there is no chairs over there.
Right.
You
Okay.
pull up your own
But you
chair.
Instead of like sitting across, I want to be
Chairs
more
sit
company.
backwards.
Okay, you walk over there and look and everything. He sort of looks up at you and says, "Hello."
Didn't mean to startle you. I just feel like we need to be more on comfortable terms, so that's why I came over to really introduce myself.
Kind of thing for making people feel comfortable.
Okay, give me a diplomacy, social, or I guess intimidation.
I mean, I have good intimidation, but I'm not trying to intimidate, so I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that's fine. So social or
Because that's not my game plan. I'm not trying
yeah,
to-
you're not trying to frighten him or anything.
No.
So performance, diplomacy, social, any of those would be fine. Yeah. Best way to get tans when you're not wearing your armor in the wilderness. Okay. Again, he's polite. Discusses different things. He seems concerned about the festivities, although he's trying to hide a lot of it.
what concerns you?
The problem he has is there's been rumors of Pitax agents in the city recently, and this big of a celebration, this big of a thing, is bound to get attention. The last thing he wants to be a part of is sending new adventurers out into the wilderness to get killed or benefit Pitax as a result.
So
Okay.
I kind of want to use my skill set to kind of comfort him using,
Okay.
just letting him know that.
Well, and he's comfortable with the aspect that as a barbarian and a warrior, you can handle yourself and so forth. They have plenty of guards in the place. The problem is this sort of a celebration makes the whole effort of colonization far more public than he would prefer. So it's more of a diplomatic and political ramifications more than a direct threat.
Kind of opposite of what Jamal was wanting.
Jamandi is all about, I need to get people out there, I want to spend money, and I want to make a big deal about it because it brings reputation, notoriety to the country. His concern is
He wants to be more secret.
he's all fine with doing the colonization, but if you do that, don't make a big deal because our enemies are going to react. They're going to see it as a potential threat. Okay? And he knows of or comments that there's been troubles recently with Pitax and other regions. The last thing he needs, since he runs this particular city, which is near the border, he doesn't need a military problem because that'd be very detrimental.
Is there any names you can give me for the Pitax?
The country. He doesn't have any specifics because he doesn't have any direct threat. But he knows there's agents and spies in the city, and this level of a celebration is bound to cause trouble.
Do you think they would actually bring an enemy here?
I wouldn't put it past him. So, okay, George. I'm going to ask the group again, where should I go?
I don't want to bias anything.
Okay.
Has anyone talked to this leader guy over here yet?
Yeah, Jason did.
Yeah.
Basically.
I do now. Both leaders do now. All four of my people really do. Except for
How well did you
yeah, but I guess my strengths are not your strengths, and you might do a lot better.
Yeah, depending on what your skills are. Like I said, the idea here is as everybody else is interacting, figure out where your specialties are, what works with your backgrounds, and match them up.
Yep.
If they're, the barbarian talking with the barbarian is a decent match.
It is,
Try
but I
talking to
also
this
feel
guy
like
again.
sometimes those are two similar matches that I'm not-
It might.
We could talk to the one lady I talked to initially, see if you can make her less mad.
Okay.
Which one's less mad?
The champion of Shaylin.
She wasn't mad.
She was, well, I did roll a 1.
Yeah, she didn't like
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, she didn't like me. See if at least someone can talk to her.
She's over here.
We'll go over there,
Okay.
and after reading back
Of your character?
of the Sword Scion.
Okay.
I'll talk about the tales of Baron, Sire, and Glory,
Okay.
and all the great works, and how I aspire to make such a legendary tale also.
Okay. Are you trying to live up to the legends and
Yeah.
so forth? Okay. Sounds good. Does she happen to have warfare lore?
She does.
She does. Interesting. Okay, so you can use warfare lore, diplomacy, or society.
I'll go ahead and use the work.
Okay.
I go an 8.
Okay. She listens intently as you compare various notes on fighting styles and chat about military history. She's polite. It appears she's heard most of your stories before, and seems far more experienced. It's like explaining basic math to somebody who's in calculus. Yeah, she understands it, gets it, and so forth, but she's not very impressed by your depth of knowledge. Doesn't turn away or anything, so it's still willing to talk to you, just at this point doesn't seem to impress her. Okay? So the fourth serving comes out, they clear off all the breads and cheeses and so forth, and they bring out a fourth dish, this being the main one, although everybody at this point is getting probably fairly well stuffed, except for Amiri, who just keeps shoveling it all down. She seems to be bottomless. They bring out a fourth meal, fancy stews and beefs and so forth, and then we start around again. Who would you like to speak with?
I'll talk to the Goth Elf again.
Okay. She's sitting there picking at her soup, trying to find the meatiest bits.
I guess I'll kind of like gossip about the noble and be like, "Wow, I just talked to that guy, and like, can you believe him? You know, such a jerk." Some of these noble types.
Oh,
are-
the gnome?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking to her, but I'm kind of like.
Right, like nudging at him
Yeah.
or whatever. Okay. Okay.
In combat stuff.
So, religion, performance, give you diplomacy or deception.
I guess I'll do kind of like a religion, like he's just concerned about himself and kind of
Okay.
that kind of thing, and just kind of asking about hers.
There's higher powers to be thinking about.
Okay.
than
Exactly.
yourself.
Dang.
And that higher power is me.
Exactly.
Yeah, you do get the impression that she's lonely and interested in conversation. I mean, other than you, pretty much nobody has been speaking to her. And she comes off initially as she doesn't want to talk to anybody anyways. But as you're talking to her, you realize it's more of she just doesn't have anything in common with anybody, so she's lonely and looking for somebody to talk to. However, she doesn't particularly respond to you commenting about the gnome's lack of religious knowledge or anything like that. Not enough to be able to change any influence level. So, Keith.
Which one did you just talk to?
We all crowd around.
You're so lonely. Here's all of us. Again, I should specify, she is a visible worshiper of Urgathoa.
Nobody's perfect.
Of course not.
I can fix her.
But she has a lot of faith, though.
She does.
Are we familiar with that word?
You're not familiar with it?
I said, are we familiar with that word?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you were looking for people. You have a lore that's related to Urgathoa. You remember from the last campaign, there was the focus of the deity. The last campaign.
The evil deity, queen of the monsters.
Oh. Okay.
Undead and monsters.
Undead, yeah.
I'm gonna talk to this
That
guy
was-
down here.
Where's this person at?
The goth chick that Greg's talking with.
I want
She's
to
now
talk to this
formerly
dude
known
down
as
here.
the God.
Which dude? This one?
Present day goth.
Okay.
Germanic
Okay.
goth.
You head over there, leaving the barbarian to speak with the pirate.
I do have a small question before we go.
Okay.
Are either of the two people under the chandelier important that we can't see?
That
What
you-
they look like?
well, there's one on the south there,
Right
one over there.
right there.
No, not specifically.
Okay.
The one looks like this one, and then the other one looks like this
No.
guy.
Yeah.
Sure.
I agree. Some of their tiling it overlaps, but no, they're
That
not.
was yeah.
They're able to be moved, but no, they're not. They're more of the background information.
Okay.
They will no longer be around the singular fall.
And that's one
Okay.
of the ones
No.
you're talking to.
Does it cause the chandeliers to fall?
Okay, so you head down there and talk to him. Go ahead and give me a roll. Diplomacy or society.
I wasn't trying to do anything. I just wanted to know who the leaders are. I was actually wondering who else was
We'll
going
do diplomacy.
Okay. Okay. That is a local adventurer, sellsword mercenary from the town here. He's very eager and is looking for a band to join up on. Has a sword and shield. Seems to be claims to be a capable warrior. At least from your knowledge of martial skills, he seems capable. He has a sword. He seems pretty young, like he's only 17 or so, but is ready to hike out into the stolen lands and defeat all the creatures. He's heard all the stories. He's definitely not afraid of anything out there. But for a fair share of all treasure, he's certainly going to take care of it, and he'll join in. So he will be available when the group is ready to leave, if you wish to hire him as an additional NPC.
What's his name?
His name is Alfred.
Need all the bodies.
Alfred?
Alfred.
Yeah.
Yes, I do require a butler to polish my armor.
Alfred the Young.
Alfred the Young. Do I get any influence?
Not for him, no.
Intern.
Meat shield.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, scout.
You never know what's going to happen when we run out of food.
Carter.
I'm gonna be like, all right, big guy, tell us some of your heroic stories then.
Oh, you're
I'm looking
talking to the
forward
dwarf
to it.
still?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you want to talk about your stories. So give me a... Do you have Grotus lore?
I have demon lore.
Demon lore. That's not the same. So dwarf lore would apply. Performance, diplomacy. Yeah.
We'll go with diplomacy.
Okay.
No, we're gonna go with performance.
Okay. You play up your interest in his history.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you talk to him about different things. He seems... He talks about his past history and about how many people have died along the way. Okay. And how, despite his best efforts, although sometimes they profited, it never seems to be enough. It's like the gold just doesn't last. They would get some things, and then the money would be gone. And what did we do after all that effort when we lost Bob and we lost Tom? And were their lives not really worth it?
So he's like, he's talking like wisdomly and depressively, like,
Yes.
was it all worth it in the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. But he's very much he's willing to share his stories. Yeah, I smell something there, Mulder.
Uh-huh.
Thanks a lot, Mulder.
I kid you not, as soon as she started going, smelling her own butt, I'm like, all right.
What?
I didn't do it.
I'll give you another point of influence on him. Okay. Ben.
Alright. So, let's see. Who was the guy who was like a noble person?
A lot of people here.
They're all-
Oh, that's all of us. Okay. I'm going to go.
Did you ever find out who that goblin you were talking to was?
Oh, I'll talk to Pickle Man.
Well, you did. Oh, okay. You had gone over to talk to the barbarian. That's why. Okay, never mind. So, Your choice. Who did you want to talk to?
I'm going to talk to the shirtless dude who's.
Okay. You're gonna track down the shirtless dude.
Yep.
Okay.
It's gonna be a quick conversation.
So a guy with a really pink beard
Uh-huh.
walks up to you and introduces himself. Okay. And how would the two of you care to introduce yourselves? Obviously, you're both human. You have that in common.
I'm out.
Oh, you're sorry. One of you an elf. You don't have that in common.
No, we don't have much in common.
Nothing in common at all. He's completely covered in a shirt, and you're not.
I have studded leather. You just don't see it.
It's his tan physique
I
that
don't know why
counts
you're
as studded
coming to me,
leather.
bud.
I'm trying to connect all the members here so we all know each other.
We do know each other. but
No,
we
you don't.
We don't know each other.
No.
In our letter it said we were a group. We have no idea about it.
Right. You literally met like 5 minutes before you were entered into the dining hall. So you have no information about each other. And Ben's attempting to make at least some contact with some of the group, which is valid, and get some sense of what it is. Right now, he only knows his in-laws and the sister.
So you guys are all family?
Well, it's complicated because they forbid the marriage and it caused.
I get you.
It was a scandal between both of our families.
Got to make it right.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I get it.
But let's see.
So you're excited about our new adventure?
Yeah.
So why? I guess the question
did
would be
again.
why?
Holy cow.
Why are you interested in heading to the Stolen Lands for this? What's your motivation? Are you here for money, for personal gain, for?
Whoa. I'm really my character's
Did
here
he
to
have
just
eggs
like
this morning?
I don't know. Come on, Mulder, get out of here.
You got that for free somewhere?
my character is just going to the Stolen Lands. Number one because he's kind of being forced to, but number two because
over there, Craig.
he's basically
He's an
taking.
adventurer.
I'm taking the exile as an opportunity to start a new life.
Gotcha.
And
But you're not sharing that with us.
well, I'm basically gonna talk about that. Me and
Your brother-in-law.
yeah,
Mulder
me and
clears the
in-law
room.
Are starting a group,
Oh, okay.
and we think a strong man such as yourself would be a perfect candidate to join our party.
Always out for adventure.
Okay. And why are you? Okay, so you're just going for the adventure and the excitement.
I am going for the adventure and the excitement.
It just dribbles out.
I would just dribble.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Just
I'm not,
The fan will blow it away quick enough.
My elven family was murdered. My barbarian family died of old age, and I'm a young elf, right? 47 is
Sure.
um,
Seem pretty young.
so I'm
Everybody's dead in your life, so what's better course of action than get yourself killed?
yep.
Okay.
And meanwhile, I'm 22 years old, so I'm like half your age.
That's right. You're an
Well,
old guy.
Probably the same age though when you consider
Elf years.
elf years.
I'm like 120.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm young for an elf.
Yeah.
I only
My-
based it on what my IRL age is going to be after the
Okay.
campaign's over, but
I was
So
trying
Jen-
to pick an age where my human barbarian parents would die,
Sure.
and that's where.
Okay.
but basically the family didn't approve of my marriage and they kicked me out of the house is the basic story.
Okay.
So yeah, we're bringing together. We're gonna get a massive group of adventurers, and we're gonna go out there and we're gonna colonize this land.
Sounds awesome.
Okay.
We need a blanket of disease.
So Jason, who would you like to speak to?
Nice talking to you. I'll get with you. Look forward to the adventure.
And then he runs 35 feet.
I go to the opposite end of the room.
Hey, that's what I did too.
Now, I want to talk to the girl that's sitting across.
Okay, to Amiri?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, the goth one or the barbarian one?
The goth one.
Goth one, okay. That's just Jathel.
That's the one where she is.
The monster.
Pale skin,
girl.
white clothing, or black armor and black hair.
If you hold
and
on
a
which
scythe.
one you want to talk to, it'll.
Yeah,
that one.
that's her. Okay. Okay, so she looks up, waits for you to initiate the conversation.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay.
My name's Fenris. What's yours?
My name's Jathel.
Jathel. So nice to meet you. I noticed that you kind of hang out by yourself.
Yes, not many care to speak with me.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Because they're unsocial.
So you're a very social person?
I try to be.
People don't come to speak to you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did I get her to laugh?
No. No, she doesn't seem capable of laughing. So, what sort of discussion would you like to have with her?
As far as what her plans are after tonight.
Her plans?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You went with a vampire last time.
So give me a performance or diplomacy roll.
No, I went with a werewolf. It was not a guy.
All good?
Passable. Yeah, she says she has business and investigations in the Stolen Lands. The general impression is she's planning to head south into the Stolen Lands on her own, and seems to be interested in taking advantage of the other colonization attempts to further her own needs and efforts and so forth.
Sounds pretty awesome. You kind of just joined in with this group.
No, no.
They're kind of weird, aren't they?
Some of them, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of got the same deal. But sometimes the crowd is a little bit safer than you find yourself.
Okay. She picks a bit at her food and so forth, but otherwise doesn't seem to really interact all that much.
I was wondering if you were concerned about any of them.
No,
No?
no.
I was going to try to use my lore to talk.
Okay. Give me an undead lore.
What's your favorite type of zombie?
Yeah.
I like the runners. Fast.
They're easy to kill because they get so far.
Okay.
Didn't roll very good.
Nope, not very good. Okay. She discusses very basic stuff, but doesn't seem to be very engaged in the conversation. So, no, you were not. Okay. So George, we'll go back to George once he gets back. In the meantime, they bring out the desserts for the final round of the interaction and so forth. Big plates of cakes and pastries and pies and so forth. For those of you that still have a little bit of room, Amiri still gobbles down a bunch of it. Greg, who would you like to speak with?
Is this a halfling right here? The loot?
That one?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll talk with her.
Okay. That is a halfling bard. Okay. She introduces herself as Lindsay. She is wearing leather armor and a worn cloak. Has a large leather-bound journal in front of her. And every so often, since she's not playing music, the rest of the room has that. You see her sketching with a quill pen in the book. Okay. Drawing different things, taking various notes, things like that. She seems rather perky and chatty, and very excited about just being here, just being with all these people and everything, much to the detriment of Jathel, who's north of her, and the gnome south of her, who the gnome, she's one of the ones the gnome just keeps correcting. Every time she describes an experience or something that went on or how something's supposed to happen or whatever, he explains, no, that's not how it works. This is how it works, and so forth. So, how would you like to interact with her?
I guess I'll ask about what she wants to do with the stolen lands and the different expeditions and stuff. Like if she wanted to like look catalog some of the different things out there, or like what does she want to do?
Okay. Give me a society, diplomacy. Either of those two will work.
Okay. I'll do society.
Okay. It's rolling great tonight.
I know. It's
This is going to be a short campaign. Nobody can roll over 10. Okay. Yeah, she seems very interested, discusses and so forth, and actively takes notes as you talk. Her plans are she's looking to chronicle the adventures of the true hero of the Stolen Lands. She hasn't figured out who that is. There's lots of possibilities in this room. You get the impression she's not sure that you're that true hero, based on your conversation. But she's actively looking for that, and for that reason, she's been taking notes and drawing pictures and so forth. Everybody here, because someday one of these people will be the hero, and will have rescued the Stolen Lands and settled a new country, and then I will have their artwork, and I'll have their story. Yes. Okay. Keith, who you want to talk to? Oh, sorry. Let's go back to George for the previous round. Before the desserts come out, who did you want to talk to?
I'll go ahead and continue talking with the
Okay.
chamber.
With Valerie. Okay. Okay. You reach deeper into your bag of tricks and come up with some. You come up with some real warfare.
Yeah.
So now that you've established that she's more experienced than your basic training, you say yes. But have you learned about these tactics in combat? Now you should stab somebody in the back, and really win the fight. Those fighting styles and the military history and anything, you finally break through to her, scoring a point of influence, and she becomes much more interested in what you have to talk about, discussing it. She seems, as you sort of veer into, I would say, unsavory fighting tactics, being that you're a rogue. Okay, so more of cheating or backstabbing or whatever. That area turns her off completely. Okay, her interest is in pure lawfulness, pure order, pure organization, and so forth. Fighting fair, fighting with honor, and so forth. And as long as you stay in that area, she's very much interested in what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Jenny will find it right somewhere here.
Yeah. Okay. So then again, like I said, desserts come out. So Keith, who do you want to speak to during the last round?
Let me talk to this guy in the ground.
That one? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, there's really talking.
Okay. Give me a diplomacy or a society roll.
How about diplomacy?
Okay. Mulder, go outside. Mulder, go outside. You don't get much information from him. He appears to be, or claims to be, a monk from one of the local monasteries, interested in providing supplies and goods for expeditions and for trade. He's here as a consideration from Lady Jamandi as far as supplies for his monastery and the wines and brews that they make. As an accommodation there, he came here to see who the potential players would be and be able to establish trade and so forth with them. Doesn't seem have a whole lot of interest or specific information. Okay, Carter.
I'm just gonna continue being like. My entire thing is to try and manipulate him.
Okay.
Just kind of like getting him to feel my mind a little bit. As weird as that sounds.
Sure.
Like
Okay.
stuff.
That sounds like deception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
I mean, that's what I built my character around, is being
So
deceptive.
lying to people.
Deceptive and dark. Yeah.
So you're a rogue also?
He's a magus.
So I'm a magus. Magus. I don't know how to pronounce
Magus.
it. But I chose Laughing Shadow, and the entire point of them.
It's a fighter wizard.
Yeah.
Okay.
He uses magic to enhance his combat abilities.
And I chose Laughing Shadow, which is like in the character description, you've chosen to feed into the dark arts, but you're not evil.
Okay.
You just like to manipulate and play around.
So we've got the goth.
He's
orc and the
evil
goth-
adjacent.
We've got the goth orc and the goth elf.
That's right.
We just need like the goth dwarf, which I guess we
And
have.
nobody in the group apparently can talk.
Apparently.
So, yeah, you don't gain any benefits that round,
That's
but
what
he
I'm
continues
First person
talking with
who
you
rolls a
without
20
any
is the
difficulty.
leader.
Okay?
Obviously, the first
Ben.
person who rolls a 20.
I am going to.
There won't be a single 20 this campaign.
No.
I'm gonna go down, and I'm going to talk to the pickle man and try to recruit him into me and Casimir's party.
Just
Okay.
so you know, he is already a part of your party.
Well,
You don't have to recruit him.
Yes, but he wants to know who he is and what he is.
yeah.
Because
Okay.
technically, they don't know you're a magus. All they know is you're the orc that's walking around.
I was just letting him know he wasn't like a recruiting agent.
Right.
He already is on your team.
Functionally, everybody here has already volunteered or been selected to go. So yeah, they are absolutely on your team. You don't have to convince them to join you, but getting to know them
yeah.
and their background absolutely makes sense. Okay, so Ben or Keith, how are you going to introduce yourself to the guy with the pink beard?
I'm a pickle farmer.
Okay, so you have a goblin farmer.
All right. Nice to meet you. I'm Pinkbeard. Is that tiny little sentient pickle yours?
That's my familiar.
Oh, nice. So I'm assuming that you must know a wide range of agriculture then.
That's what pickle farmers do.
All right. Well,
It's just so ironic.
Nice.
Farming for pickles.
That's right.
exactly.
They grow on trees, don't you know?
The irony is killing me.
Well, me and Casimir over there are forming a big party so we can conquer the stolen lands, and we need a farmer such as yourself who can plant
Just
crops
not
and
farmer.
provide food for the colony.
Someone will need food. Need to
Yeah.
provide food.
We wonder if you were interested in joining us.
I'm already signed on with the one party, and I'm not going to go against my. That's
You
against
guys
my
are the
will.
winning party. Yeah, like I said, you're already signed up. But introducing himself as a
Yeah.
farmer. He's a goblin farmer.
Now you know
fine.
who's going to be doing the farming for us.
That's right.
You want to abandon your farm and come make a new farm for us?
Okay, Jason.
So I didn't completely bomb with the girl. Crossroad.
Correct.
So could I continue to
Yes.
talk about?
Yeah, unless I tell you that she's not interested in talking to you anymore at all,
I'd like to
you can try
continue
again.
to go down the route of
Okay.
talking about some of the undead that we'll be facing. and
Sure,
so forth
you
like
can give that another try.
Down the route of rejection.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, that was me.
I wasn't
Oh,
sure
there
if
you go.
we'll
That's a
back.
decent
There
roll.
we go.
Okay. So yeah, she seems. You go into detail about the undead and start putting in some information about what you know about Urgathoa and so forth. You impress her with your knowledge about the undead and Urgathoa, and you get a point of influence first off. It dawns on you as she's avoiding all of the desserts. And throughout the meal, she hasn't really eaten a whole lot, except for, like I said, just the rarest bits of meat. She seems to have some undead tendencies.
What is undead?
Possibly.
Now, is all undead considered evil?
I don't know. Are they?
It's like a
No.
Okay.
philosophical question. Are all undead bad?
The trolley question.
Are all bombs bad?
So I explore that. I've never sure not eaten that much.
Real.
I'm not hungry tonight. This is some of the best food.
It's okay. I prefer the meats rare.
Oh, Oh,
But I'm very impressed by your knowledge of Urgotho and the undead.
it's been.
Perhaps it'll be of benefit to us in the Stolen Lands.
I agree. I agree. I'm sure we'll come across each other's path.
Probably. I look forward to that day.
Hopefully, not rare. So,
So, okay. And George.
That's tempting fate right there, Jason.
Hey, we got two.
I'm sorry, you're going to continue talking to Valerie? Okay.
She might be
it really is. I like the vampires. I'm attracted to them for some
Okay,
reason.
and this is more warfare lore? Okay. Yeah, go ahead and add another point of influence as you continue talking with her about warfare. Seems very interested and so forth. Like I said, she you have the impression she's most interested in warfare, combat skills, techniques, and so forth, and trying to better herself along those lines. And anybody who it strikes her as particularly lawful. Okay. She also, every time you try to crack a joke or put in a comment about that, seems to have zero interest in any of those. She doesn't laugh, doesn't have any humor to her at all. Very very business focused and let's get things done type stuff. Okay. Okay. So at that point, they clear off the tables. All the food is carried out as the feast comes to an end. Lady Jamandi steps up and addresses the room and calls out, "My friends, I hope you've enjoyed the food and drink this evening." Her words are quickly met by a round of cheers and enthusiastic tapping of dozens of mugs and goblets, etc., before the room eventually quiets down. Smiling broadly, she continues, "You honor me, truly, but this night is for you. As heroes, you've responded to my call, and I can't wait to hear tales of your exploit in the weeks and months to come. Tomorrow, I shall speak with each of you about your individual charters. I suspect it will be a busy day, so I suggest we make an early evening of it. After all, you have kingdoms to plan." There's another round of cheers and drinkware tappings and so forth. A couple of the goblets, especially around Amiri, smash and clatter to the ground, broken. She gestures to the double doors to the east and west. "Of course, I've arranged bedchambers for all of you. My guards will escort you to them now. Hope you'll find them restful. We'll speak further tomorrow once we make back here at sunrise." Okay. As they finish clearing off the tables and everything, eventually some guards come over and gather you up to lead you over to the rooms that they've provided for you. Okay. You see Magar Varn declines one of the rooms. You overhear him insisting he has to return to Restov to attend other matters. He'll be back first thing in the morning. And Hannes Drelev and the Iron Guards have made arrangements already to stay the night elsewhere in town. None of you have arrangements as such since you're all new to the town. So presumably, unless there's something else you want to do here, you are led to your other rooms. Anybody have anything they wish to do here?
I think we kind of failed miserably on getting any hotel.
Okay.
We did get a meet you.
Hey, I talked to the
We got a
dwarf.
decent-
I got 2 influence with the dwarf.
We got a decent amount of influence.
You didn't do too bad, and hopefully, depending on note taking and so forth, you got some of the background information. Okay, so the question would be, how do I assign stuff? I don't know. So, have you ever done anything as far as assigning experience through this, George?
Next week.
I can add coins. Okay. So, with that in mind, then on your character sheet, just go ahead and add 80 experience. So, top right, yeah, it should be 80 out of 1,000. And I'll have to figure out how to add experience. I'm not sure how to do that.
I know each creature is usually a button you can do where it's like add experience when doing it. I know for each
Okay.
creature there is.
Yeah, and there might be something hidden as far as the encounter and the scenario.
Is there a
I'm going to
town?
group everybody up just so that I can move you to the next map.
Take me three buttons.
I guess just make a note on your notes. Your note.
Check mark.
Well, either on your paper or on
And
here.
then you just scroll past everything.
Wherever.
No, the tab.
There's
I'm
campaign
showing
notes.
it.
Oh, okay.
Here. And scroll down.
Is that lady's name that I was talking
J. Cole.
Okay.
I'm gonna describe her as weird, weird goth chick. Is she an elf also?
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yes.
Is she attractive or not attractive?
Depends on what you're into.
I mean, you certainly seem to find her attractive.
In a goth way. Alright.
That's right.
I'm not even gonna put that on there. I'll just put weird goth chick elf.
You just don't know if she's dead or not.
Into not she's dead.
Okay. Well, that one thing. Just a second.
Shocking given your elf physique.
Well, I'm a coward elf, so.
He's got studded leather
Listen,
on.
I am not Fabio. That is not a good picture of my character. I am
Oh.
a pale.
See what your wife thinks of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a great picture.
It is. It looks very Fabio-like.
Okay. Let's see. So, you guys head to a room in the East Wing. The guards escort you there. It is relatively tight. They apologize for the cramped quarters. The building is just only so big, but there's plenty of room for everybody, for all your gear and so forth. And having had a large meal and lots of interaction, everybody's able to get some sleep fairly quickly. Sometime later, it's late. The oil lamps have burned down. The fire has has nearly gone out. You guys are suddenly woken in the middle of the night by a loud cry of alarm. Okay. And from outside, you hear the sounds of swords, and then somebody getting stabbed. What would you
It's
care?
that
I heard a really quiet.
Through the door. What would you care to do?
So
like that.
we're not in this.
I'm sorry, no. I need to update the map. Let me do that.
Your character does have 2 extra fingers as well on his right hand.
Does he?
Sounds like that one country decided to do a terrorist attack.
On your picture, you have 2 extra fingers on your right hand.
Because AI is fucking-
Because AI does that.
AI's getting creative.
But we're all sharing a singular room.
Yes, that's what I said.
My character.
I don't know. I think you should.
Okay,
keep
what would you like to do?
fingers.
You heard somebody cry out in alarm and pain, and then the sounds of sword fighting, and then somebody presumably falling to the ground.
No.
Okay? You gonna grab your stuff?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
He does. He is wearing his shirt.
I grab both my hatchets.
Okay, so you grab your hatchet, jump out into the room, and you see several robed figures wearing dark-colored clothing and armor, armed with daggers and crossbows, hand crossbows. One of them is currently over here, standing over the body of a guard. And as you open the door and step out, They turn to face you and move forward menacingly.
You're not
Can't
obvious.
see him.
You can't see in there?
Zoom in. Is the dope in there? There's a dope in there.
I got you.
Flashes his Colgate smile.
That's right. He intimidates him with his pecs.
So this guy on the left is coming towards me then?
Not as of yet, but we start a round of combat with Mara. So, George, what would you like to do?
Oh.
You're Mara. You've just woken up. If you have light armor, you can have that on. Otherwise, you're going to need at least a round to put on your gear and so forth. Okay. And there should be an option on the character sheets now to draw your weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure you had that. Okay, so. Okay, Jason. You have your hand axes out already. You were in the hallway.
So, how do I do these things?
You can drag your icon
Yeah.
as head B. Like move. If you want to move, or you can like.
Your things are all kind of big, so it's
I
hard
was
to.
just saying,
Well, for
hard
is
to
he
measuring,
10
sort
feet
them
away
around,
from me?
but-
he's technically 15 feet.
Okay.
If you're going to throw something, yeah.
Right, we've discussed that that has to be 10 feet.
Well,
No, you can throw further.
You just get increasing penalties.
It's a -2 for every additional range.
Okay.
Okay, so all you do is target them, and then you can throw your weapon.
Throw my action.
Okay, so go ahead and target him with T, or right click, I think. Okay, and then use your attack.
Did you minus it? Or
Roll, and we'll see if it does it automatically. I don't know if it has that automation. If not, we'll just subtract 2.
yeah, it did already.
It did?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Okay. So you successfully hit him. So click on damage. And this is the question. I don't know how much this will show up for you. Well, it showed the hit. Go ahead and click damage. Okay. And did it show you how much damage it took?
No.
Or did? Okay. So you strike him, and he immediately goes down under your battle axe or your axe.
It did show me also.
Well, it showed you how much the roll damage resulted in, but it didn't show what it actually did to him.
Right. You know how much damage you do.
Just like
But
the
like-
bars are gone.
Well, it doesn't show the bars that are gone, but say he had resistance to axes of 5 points. It would say you did 9 points, but he would have only taken 4.
Okay.
Okay? It doesn't show you that aspect of it.
Okay.
Okay? So you do 9 points to him, and the guard goes down with a cry of pain.
Okay.
That is one action.
Second action would be to. I thought you said so.
There's a guy over here standing on top of the body that's here.
Second action would be then to do 2 steps this way. So
Okay.
I can get in. And then. Well, actually, before I do that.
Okay, you can't do that before that because now you've seen around the corner.
I saw him before.
That guy, yes.
That's the guy I was going after.
Yes?
I wanted to throw my second axe at him, but I
Okay.
didn't have clear vision coming right out of the door. Does that make sense?
If you can see the icon, then it would have been invalid anyways. So that's fine. You step forward. You want to throw your axe at him?
Yeah, my
Okay.
other axe.
Go ahead and target him, and then select, and then do your secondary attack.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Dad's vision is messed up because he can see in like the whole hallway, and he's like in the back of the room.
We might.
Oh, that's
we have
because-
all shared vision.
I
No.
can't see it. Jason's
Yeah, I
vision.
can't see.
Yeah, I
anything
can't
else.
see either.
Well, no, it's because it shows like a shadowed view of the hallway.
It shows the whole thing.
No,
brightly.
like
I can see the
it's
two.
completely clear.
Completely clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
can see
have-
everything.
Now I have dark vision, but I don't
It
think
would help you see.
I don't
through
see
the
how I can see
wall.
I mean, you have a
Cars.
wall in front of you.
Okay. And we count as owning Jason's character, so we see what Jason's character sees. That's what's going on.
Ah.
I can't see it.
Well,
anything
some
period,
people
so-
some people do.
Some people do,
Okay,
some
so let me
people
change that. Let me fix that. So,
I don't own you, Jason. I let you be
don't. Since
free.
they own me, do I get a reroll?
no, everybody should be observer for Jason's character.
Well, that's the issue. We're observing Jason's character. It's like a bystander observing the character. We want to be like unknown. Or
Unobserved.
So let me put Jason back in. Okay. Does that change it?
yeah, it did.
Okay.
I could tell there's at least one other person that's like that too.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's better. You can't see through the entire complex now.
We can't.
Are we supposed to like not see anything outside of the room?
You should only be able to see your own view.
Just like
That looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. You should only be able to see what your character logically could see. So yeah, there may be other ones that are messed up. We'll fix that at this point. So, anyways, Jason, you moved over there. Did you take your second axe throw?
I did.
And fumbled it. Okay. So axe falls harmlessly next to the guy.
Are we doing fumbles and criticals?
No. We're doing criticals as far as the extra dice. Yes.
Okay, just no special effects.
Yeah. Not doing any of that extra stuff.
Okay.
So Carter, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna reluctantly put on my armor.
Okay. Ben, we're going to remove from this fight. He's still powered down.
Powers off and
Ben has
teleports.
a shared vision.
Ben was one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. That works. I'll do it right now before we forget later and then have to fix it there.
I bet it's probably gonna be.
Possibly.
I mean, Ben has his character selected, so that's why you only see what that token is. But for example, like drag off your character.
what me?
Yeah.
Select off your character.
Oh,
Yeah, it does that too.
Okay.
Me.
So it's probably everybody?
It's supposed to be everyone.
Okay.
oh, now I can own Mara as well. Or I can look at their
It's because I have everybody on observer because I thought that was the correct setting. So let me fix that real quick.
Thank goodness this is the tutorial fight.
That's right. Limited.
It's actually a boss fight. It's the most pivotal fight in the entire game.
Yep.
Because in the boss fight, the road would go down with one axe.
That was the boss.
Yeah, he's
Really
he's
short
gone.
campaign.
Yeah. Good job. You threw an axe at a dude. You win.
Yeah, see, this fight went far faster. It was
now
supposed to be a
own the
3-year fight.
Yeah.
We own the stolen land now. Castle generated.
Okay. Everybody is character-wise set that way. Once this combat is over, we'll correct it. We'll correct all the icons. I'm not worried about it necessarily otherwise. So you missed on the second one. So we go to next character is the brigand or whatever. Okay. Greg.
How long does it take to put on medium armor?
You're round
You're around. Okay. I'll do that then.
as a hand wave because you guys are in your room, etc. Okay. Pinkbeard.
Alright. I'm going to pull out my arquebus.
Oh God.
And fire. Hey, it's got 3 hours.
And then I'm going to oh, it won't let me open the door.
Because it's open already.
Oh, I can't see outside the door.
Right?
No, it says token collide when I try to move.
Where are you trying to move to? Directly south?
Yeah, out the door, like where the dead bodies are. There we go. Alright.
On this screen, the door is closed.
Yeah, and it
Oh,
wouldn't open.
okay.
Alright. And I
So as soon as you step there, the guy to your left stabs you.
Okay.
Scoring a 12, which is going to be a miss. And he's done.
Mystery values
Alright,
on every side
and
of the
then
dice.
I'm going to turn around and I'm going to shoot him in the face.
Okay.
My screen went out. I mean, when mid-combat your screen goes black, it is a bit frustrating,
He's just aiming right now.
That's right. It's like a modern movie. It's slow motion as he brings his gun up.
It's a commercial break.
but... Yeah, it was...
It's an ad for Tide.
That's right.
How do you target someone?
T or double right click.
Okay.
There you go. He's targeted.
You have to do that for melee attacks.
Okay. You take a shot and strike him without much difficulty. Go ahead and roll your damage. And he goes down as well. Okay, so that was grab your weapon, move over, and shoot.
Yep.
So we go to this one. He's going to step over here and strike at you. As he steps forward, he says, "You shall not stop, pit axe," and stabs at you.
Pit axe.
Yeah,
Pit
it's a
axe.
pit axe terrorist attack.
He only hits a 9, followed by a 4. He's rolling equivalent to the group.
Our talking is going to be this way. Our attack rolls have not been that.
Okay, Mara.
Pretty sure I woke everyone up.
Did I miss somebody?
No.
Yes, I skipped Craig. No, you put armor on.
Yeah, I put armor.
Okay.
Pickle farmer.
Did I miss the pickle farmer?
Yeah, he's on the initiative.
Oh, okay, let me get the pickle farmer in there.
Pickle farmer.
Pickle,
Wins the battle.
pickle farmer.
Oh, he hasn't done it.
Okay,
Last
so-
You're going last.
We go back around. Pickle farmer, you get to go. Farm those
Oh,
pick-
my action.
There you go.
Aha.
Okay, now Mara gets to go.
So I will grab star knife, I
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
like one does.
guess. I guess. And then I will go here.
Okay,
And I guess throw said star knife.
okay. I don't know whether it'll include cover, so we may have to make an adjustment for that.
Should have range. It's farther.
15 feet. Okay, so it applied dexterity, trained, so it did not apply cover,
Okay.
but you got him easily anyways.
I'm not aware of anything I get backstabbed with this character because that thing's fainting from what I'm seeing with the character.
I probably, in a ranged attack, you wouldn't get it anyways.
Sometimes you can.
Okay.
You can get ranged sneak attack.
That's right. Okay, he gets cut, but not taken out.
There you
Takes 4 points and goes down.
That's right, Jason.
go. We get it for you.
Like you said, this is the boss fight.
Yep.
And he just hit him, right?
He just threw a star knife, which sliced him.
I don't even feel like taking out my sword, so I'm just
You do have to
gonna
spend
strike him.
Okay, so you draw your sword and then strike at him?
No, I was just going to punch him.
Oh, just punch him? Okay, that works. You struck him pretty well.
We
Got a
just
hit.
saved all our rolls for the minor.
I know. I'm just gonna do is you didn't want to use your good rolls for the social interaction. You punch him for more damage than that star knife, and he goes down.
I will say realistic.
Okay, so that ends this encounter.
Well, dang.
You guys, you have to put an armor on.
Okay,
Man, no XP for us.
So you guys spend a couple of moments getting the rest of your gear and armor, which makes you fully equipped.
I go pick up my hatchet.
That's fine. So what would you wish to do at this point? Elsewhere in the building, you can hear combat, although it's not like a pitched battle. You hear a scream here and there, or the sound of a sword or whatever. Most disturbingly, however, you smell smoke on the air.
So is this more the equivalent of like a terrorist attack then, basically, since
And it's
it's
kind of what that guy was saying.
Pit axe.
Yeah. You make your decision.
Well, that last guy would still be alive because he's not with the punch.
Oh, it is not lethal.
So yeah,
Oh, we can.
you can always interrogate him.
Ah,
Let's do it.
So would anyone?
Yes. High stakes, high thing. Let us at the dude.
That's right.
No,
Our
I'm just saying he's not
first
dead.
encounter. We're taking hostages.
Okay, so you guys are in the east wing right now. It's a large hall with polished wooden marble floor, potted plants, etc., various other decorations showing off woodland hunting. Most of the doors around this area, from the layout, are leading to other chambers and sleeping quarters. There is the section here leads upstairs to the walls if you just want to escape. Otherwise, the direction you would need to go to the main rooms would be this way.
Does anyone want light on them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll cast
Can you
light.
click that again?
I'll
Which
cast
way?
light
the
on
west.
Pinkbeard.
My pink beard begins
That
to
that would
glow in
lean
the
back
dark.
to the main hall.
Would that lead to where the noise is coming from?
That's where you hear noises coming from.
I'm trying to drag and drop the effect on Pinkbeard, but it says I lack permission to create an item.
Right, because you're limited instead of otherwise. So
Okay.
are you putting it on Pinkbeard?
Yeah.
So Pinkbeard, can you drag it from the chat and put it on yourself?
Yeah, drag and drop it on yourself.
Where is
It's in the chat.
the... Okay.
Spell effect light. Drop it on yourself, and it will suddenly become far brighter.
Okay.
Okay. You have bright lights now over the gloom.
I'll also cast it on myself.
Then it goes away from him.
Well, they updated it so it says if you cast the spell while you already have 4 light spells active, you must choose one of the existing spells to end.
You can cast 4 light spells now?
Yeah, they combined it with dancing lights. And you can also sustain it to move it 60 feet.
Did you
So
not?
you don't need to throw a rock anymore. You just cast light and you just keep moving.
I tried doing that to measure like the depth of a well at one point, and you told me I couldn't do that because I was like, well, we can measure how deep it
They
is if I
updated
just
it.
keep separating.
It
updated it with the
They buffed the
remaster.
light like
remaster.
a ridiculous amount.
So I'm going to cast it on myself.
Man, we need to go back to old school games. Yeah.
Well,
You
know
cast
what that
light.
ends
Here's
up
a
being.
candle.
It almost ends up being like dark vision's really not that impressive.
Well, I've always had that challenge anyways, because they make dark vision basically you can see in the dark, and the only ones who don't have it are human characters, and they're really handicapped. Okay, because you can't go anywhere without light.
Right.
So everybody plays non-human. At which point, why bother having darkness?
Yeah.
I mean, it's already rough anyways because light goes so far.
Yeah.
Although it looks like it might be trimmed down
Oh,
some.
it's because we're level 1.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it's not heightened yet.
Okay.
Eventually it's going to
Yeah,
be the
eventually.
120.
Okay, so it gets heightened. So
Yeah,
yeah, it
it's
goes
heightened.
crazy.
120 feet is
Yeah.
fourth level.
Okay, sure. We'll play it as is. I'll embrace the change.
Alright, we need to find where the nobility
I can do 2
is
more
coming,
light.
Who else wants light?
Well,
Because I guarantee you the royalty's in danger here.
all I know
Yeah, I
is
guess
there's noise. You guys could follow me or not. I hear fighting.
I'll go towards the smoke or whatever.
I'm gonna reload before I start
I'm
following.
going to check the rooms of the other bedrooms and make sure people are okay.
Make sure there's nobody there.
Yeah, and see if there's any loose valuables. That's
Okay.
super valuable.
Sure. Go
This
ahead.
is the one game Jenny's character is gonna do malicious things like these.
That's right. After this, Jenny's going to forget all about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I got to make sure she starts off with a little bit more value.
So where's the smell of the smoke coming from?
Just in the air.
In the air, okay.
I mean, from the description of the place, it's going to be predominantly to the west, because you're in the eastern wing of the place.
Okay.
My character just wants to head towards the noise.
Okay. So go ahead and move your characters, generally speaking, where you want to go.
Are we staying in here, Pickle Man?
I was heading out. Doors clear.
So the doors over here are what leads into the main building.
I'm gonna reload before I go in the main building.
That's fine. And then you're going to check that first room.
Yep.
Okay.
You gotta make the room saturated with light.
I guess the question is, are you able to open the door?
I have the sword.
No, I mean, can you
Oh,
physically
oh.
open the door as far as the map? Okay, I wasn't sure if you had the rights based on how the configuration is.
How do I check a body?
I believe you double click on them.
Ah.
Ah!
Ooh, and then how do I take this
You
stuff?
should be able to drag and drop it onto your icon. Ah! Does that work?
It does. It
Okay.
is working.
We haven't used that yet. Now it does put it in chat as far as what you've looted.
5 silver.
Okay. But yes, you can take whatever it is, and magic items and so forth, it should come up as unidentified items.
Yeah, no.
Okay. They don't have any magic items.
Currently, I'm just gonna take what's valuable on here so I can sell it.
That's what you do at level 1.
Is there nothing in the belt pouch, or is that just there for fun?
You might be able to double click on the belt pouch.
It says Capat. Oh, it says there's no items.
Okay.
That's such a loser
So.
move. I have new studded leather for you, Jason.
Not invisible ones?
Just so you guys know, I may be the healer,
You were changing that.
but I cannot afford healers.
Just do what you do, right?
I'm gonna make
5 gold.
Well, yes, but you have somebody who just picked up a belt pouch, so now you can probably buy it. Anyways, George, you check out that room. I don't know if you can see very well into it. Okay, so there is here
Yeah.
a pouch or bag or whatever. So that, as far as lootable item, effectively is what it comes out to. I don't know if you can see that on yours as far as an icon.
I can't see. There's a sword icon there.
Okay, good. I wasn't.
It looked like just part of the art of like there was a sword stab.
And that's why I figured I'd highlight it. There are
Okay.
items along those lines
Okay.
you can interact with, you can loot and take.
Okay.
Okay?
Does the dead guard on the ground have anything?
He does.
Can I have?
These weren't guards, were they?
Ooh, there's a loot button.
These aren't guards. No, these are
These are the picks.
No, this guy right
these are
here.
the pickaxe guys.
I smell smoke.
Okay.
Just loot the place.
Let's get the stuff. Okay. So the guard has his heraldry on his chainmail. He has a longsword, a dagger, and a light crossbow.
Any money?
He has a minor healing potion
I'll take that.
that's clearly labeled.
Okay.
And 1 silver.
Sweet.
He lost that night to gambling.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Now we
Those,
lost.
those you'll have to add in directly. I don't think it has
Yeah, I did that.
an option for that. Okay.
Oh, I like that little bar at the bottom. It tells you how close you are to being covered and whatnot.
I didn't
Okay.
know we were all-
We only had 15 gold. You probably couldn't.
I had extra and I bought 2 regular healing potions.
You spent it all on body oils. We've seen your picture.
So are these
I guess.
are the things north and south of me just extra rooms?
There are. You
Yeah.
guys never really went into them.
I guess I'm gonna go see what's inside. Before I do that though, is there? I don't know if there's a time limit on how long a spell can be infused into my weapon. It doesn't.
Usually there
It doesn't specify in the spell strike itself.
Okay,
I
you
think
talking.
Spell strike is instant.
I think you infuse it and then it stays there until you use it, or possibly cast another spell. I don't remember all the mechanics.
I think it's like you use the spell strike action.
Yeah, it goes away when you use the spell
Yeah,
strike
but
action.
You load the weapon before you actually spell strike.
Yeah, I don't think there's a time limit.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put
This isn't gonna be updated.
the spell
Is
No.
this now the match?
needle darts
Well,
into my
they
ass.
don't connect
Just
at all.
because.
I'm sorry, what doesn't connect?
Path builder in this.
Correct.
Foundry.
I tried importing it. Doesn't work.
Yeah, there is a mod that used to work for importing characters. I don't think it's current. Consider what's ever on this as the master. Okay. That way, if people lose their character sheets or whatever, you don't lose your records. But if you want to take notes elsewhere, you can, because as far as I know, there is no way to print your character from Foundry.
Yeah.
But it's available anytime, so if you want to reference it, you can log in remotely and access it. Okay. So, meanwhile, they're looting rooms. Are the four of you going to go on or stay where you're at?
I'm going to the doors.
Oh, yeah, you're at the doors. Okay. So you're going to... The four of you carefully line up and then open the door.
If I'm hearing noise,
Yeah,
I'm going
you know beyond is an indoor garden, what they referred to as the water garden, a decorative place.
Probably on fire.
But that's where all the or the.
You heard sounds from beyond that.
Okay.
Okay,
so
you don't know anything more than that.
I plan on going to the combat.
Yeah, you're gonna keep going. Okay,
Go. Through that door?
sure,
We need to
I'm gonna
find
open my
where
door,
The,
if that's okay.
sure.
the people, the heads of this party
Okay.
are, so we can get them out of here.
Okay, so hold on. As soon as you open the door.
Sorry.
Okay, pause it that way. So as soon as we open the door, and I need to turn on the
Ballista.
GM assist. Ballista shoot you. They use an arquebus. Yeah, now I can see things without the darkness overlay. Okay. So as soon as you open the door, you see some more guards at the edge of the pathways. The dead guards are back? Oh, put those back on there? Okay, well, they fight. We will remove them. Dead guards. Let's see, I don't want to... Let's see. Remove participant. Remove participant. Remove participant.
Die, guards.
Die, guards. I didn't want to remove the icons in case people still wanted to loot them or whatever. Okay, so begin encounter. Jason, you are first. You see four more brigands or what have you on the far side of the room. Oh, there you go.
Can I get into the room so I can see where?
I open the door in front of you.
Those guys.
Those guys are armed and armored, similar to the ones previous. They look aggressive as you open the door.
Sweet. So I will go to the bridge. I got 30 feet move. So I'm going to start at 25 feet. So that way I'm only 10 feet away from them.
Okay.
And the first one that's blocking the bridge, I'm going to attack.
Okay.
Damn. Getting the hang of this.
You did. Okay, you hit him. As long as you keep doing that, you're going to do well. Roll your damage. It was not. Haven't seen a critical yet.
And no 20, we don't know the loser is.
Okay, strike him for 8 points, and he goes down. That
I don't see
was
how
a
these guys
that was a
are threat to
move,
this nation.
I think.
It's kind of
That's
pathetic.
One move and an
one
attack.
Throw, and I got one more action.
Yep.
So my other action is this guy right here, which is the same distance, right?
Sure.
Do a second throw on him.
They removed
Okay, you
all
missed that time.
so-
Okay.
So apparently you're only accurate with the first one, and then switching target
I was gonna
misses.
say I just don't think they have it
I was
selected.
throwing that one with my left hand.
Right, that's why.
Isn't it this thing? Is the counter track? They call it encounter track.
You talking about the carousel along the
Yeah.
top? Yeah, I turned that off because of the updates. So if you on the menu on the right hand side, if you click on the two swords,
Oh, it's the. There it is.
it brings it up. Or alternatively, if you right click on the two swords, it'll pop it out, and then you can have the chat as well as the encounter
Okay.
tracker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Right click on the two swords on the top right.
You already have it up.
It's already up. Okay. So the one that you just threw the axe at is going to move up to you.
Okay.
Take a strike. He swings his dagger and hits a 9, followed by a 21 for 3 points of damage. Mara.
Everything in this game is a waste of ammo.
Ammo's cheap.
My concern.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What
It's
did you
even
do?
cheaper
Oh,
to
that's
not
me,
shoot
okay.
things.
Yeah.
I'm-
Confused by the character.
Yeah. So I guess there's combat.
Mhm.
So I guess
You'll participate.
Use my elf move to be right in front of them in one
I'll.
action.
Yes. 35 feet move. Wow, there's something.
Yep, there is.
Okay, just leave so.
Okay. You see the barbarian standing on a bridge fighting a couple of brigands.
And now, how deep's the water?
You're unsure. It's a internal or interior garden. There is water that flows from the north to the south, and then is recycled and flows through. So it's basically a built-in loop run by magic. I would say you probably have a sense of it. There is, yeah, the room description has it as a large indoor garden resembling a tropical paradise with lush plants, flowering vines, etc. Slow-moving stream of water cuts through the center of the room from north to south before it goes to a drain. There's planters with colorful flowers, 2 narrow bridges over the water, and partially submerged in the stream on the north stands a life-size marble statue of a armored half-elf woman holding a rose and wielding a shield. The ceiling is 15 feet high and reflects the current nighttime. You can see stars and clouds and so forth, even though you know there's a physical roof up there. There's a soft breeze rippling through the chamber. And the stream is about 5 feet deep.
Okay. So then I will. Running jump.
Okay?
And the elf falls in the water.
Yeah.
Die and drowns.
She's trained in athletics. I had to check that first.
I think it's whatever you roll on your athletics is your distance.
It seems like really fun. You have to really get athletics and jump 50, 60 feet. So that's my thing. I think there's a set number that I think above that.
This would be a long jump.
Yeah. Yeah, running long jump.
So it's 2 actions. You stride and then attempt a DC 15 athletics check to make a long jump in the direction you're striding. If you didn't stride at least 10 feet, you automatically fail. The GM might increase or decrease the DC depending on the situation. Success, you leap up to a distance equal to your check result, rounded down to the nearest 5 feet. You can't jump farther than your land speed. Failure, you fail to make a horizontal jump. Critical failure, you make a normal horizontal leap and then land prone.
So whatever you roll is your distance effectively, rounded down to the nearest 5, and then maximum of whatever your land speed is.
But it's 2 actions.
Well, 1 is the move plus the jump.
Okay, yeah.
You've done a move. You could jump from here if you want, or you could take a second move. and then jump as your third.
I don't think she has that good of a switch from that far. So I will simply do a
Okay.
check there as well.
Okay. Pink beard.
Alright. So I'm going to step into the room
Nothing of value in there.
and let's see. I see the guards over there. I'm just gonna shoot across if that's one.
Okay. You're gonna shoot the one in combat.
The one that's I have.
Oh, okay.
Across the.
Yeah, the dot's really small. I wasn't able to see it.
What is that condition they keep giving?
The condition to keep getting is the target.
Oh, okay.
The targeted condition.
It has like a star
I
on
think it's the dying condition.
Probably. Yeah, you successfully hit him.
Alright.
Not the real star icon because they have like.
Okay.
Yeah, let me test
So
the
7
beard.
points of damage, not enough to kill him, but heavily wounds him. And that was a move and a shot. So what else you gonna do?
Reload.
Okay. So let's see. The one you, one in the middle, takes a shot back at you with his crossbow. He hits a 14 for 5 points of damage, and then reloads and fires a second time, missing you the second time. Carter. First level characters kind of limited.
14's right.
So for my first action, I'm going to enter into Arcane Cascade stance, since the last
Okay.
action I did was cast a spell.
Okay, I think there's a stance button now. I'm not sure.
I'll have to look through.
There-
There's like
Oh, yeah,
there's a range
use.
one.
Yep.
Aha.
Yeah. It should. I believe the automation with the way it's described, because this is a mod. You can use the stance, which applies all the benefits, and as soon as I end the combat, it automatically drops the
Oh, I
stances.
got to do a lot of things if I want to do this. I have to pick the damage I want to do. We're just going to do force damage to make it easy. But the other part of that is with the, it doesn't include it here, but with Laughing Shadow, I also get a +5 foot move to my speed.
Okay.
So we're just going to go up to there.
Okay. You can probably add on your character a movement modifier or change, or like a +5 move or something.
What's your normal
Yeah.
speed?
25. So
The A captain kid did it already. Huh? It already did it.
Yeah,
It's
it probably, yeah, it applied to 30.
oh, okay.
It's smarter than us.
Clearly.
So, are you enter stance and then double move? Craig, what would you like to do?
So I'm going to. I believe he should be in range. Yeah.
So blocking the bridge.
This is the guy that shot previously.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll target that one, and then I'll cast needle darts. So it's 2 actions. I do a spell attack at him, and if I hit, I do 3d4 piercing damage.
Okay.
So I will do just a normal attack. Roll.
Okay. You successfully hit him.
Roll damage.
And he goes down.
Aha.
So we go to Pickle.
I get one more action.
Oh, okay, fine.
I will raise my shield.
Okay, now Pickle goes.
Okay, I'll move up to there. And T
Good.
for target, right?
You got to drag and drop. I think you're measuring range.
Yeah, you're measuring. You gotta go to select. No, select. Square. Yeah.
One annoyance I have with this is it defaults all the creatures to invisible, to
Target
hidden.
those two,
So I
Yeah.
keep having to unhide them.
And then shift
It's-
key.
I mean,
It's better than you would have invisible.
Is there
right in case people, in case you have other. I understand the reasoning for it. It just normally that's not a big factor, but okay. So you do an electric arc. Which two did you do? Oh, the two that are up?
Yep.
You didn't want to hit the barbarian?
Nah, there's too much foil on it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's only gonna make his muscles stronger.
Well, they have to do a save.
Did you target them before you cast the spell?
Yeah. There's a button that says save DC basic reflex.
Yeah, I'm clicking on that. It's not doing anything. So apparently they still haven't fixed that. So the one in the north, save DC. Or where'd they put the DCs now? Save, there it is. Okay, so this is reflex. First one and second one, they both get a success. So roll your damage.
One guy got a crit.
Yep. Okay. So the first one takes half.
Takes a while.
Maybe. He might be resistant.
It was just static electricity.
Jason, what would you like to do?
I'd like to draw my two-handed sword.
Okay.
Then I would like to
Chop him in pieces.
chop him in pieces.
He can survive a two-handed sword strike.
I'm
A
sure.
large two-handed sword strike. Have you raged?
I'm not raged yet.
Okay.
He's not angry. He's calmly chopping.
Right. You successfully hit him. I suspect he may be down from this.
He's dazzled by the pecs.
He survives.
So that's 2 actions, right?
Yep.
For my third action, if I went over to pick up one of my hatchets, because one's in the body and the other is, I don't know exactly where, but I assume it's right off the corner of the division.
Yeah. It'd be in the squares where you threw it, where the bodies are down.
Okay,
Well, one of them missed, so it'd be like
Right.
over here.
gotcha.
The other one would be at the guy that you took out, the
So
first
if
guy.
I went to, if I go to the square that you had,
Uh-huh.
would that be considered me picking up my hatchet?
No, that'd be moving into a square, and picking it up would be an attack of opportunity. An action.
Okay.
Which the action would be an attack of opportunity.
I'll just go
Over there. Okay. From this direction, you hear a loud crash.
Is it an opening in that direction?
No. Bits of dust and so forth come from the walls.
'Cause I'm
Mara.
guessing the door
That's how
was-
hard you hit him.
George. Go race it up to him.
And then I guess I'll try to use a
Okay.
deception.
Probably.
Deception versus the perception DC.
Okay. Should be able to target and just use. Success.
Oh, you caught one of them off guard?
I did.
Huzzah!
There you go. He's off guard.
And then I guess
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you definitely got him. I suspect with his off guard, you're definitely going to take him out. I assume that makes it backstab.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, you can take that. It's only 9 points. Okay, Pinkbeard.
Alright. So where did the crashing come from? Oh, over there. Alright.
Did you hear the crash?
Well, I'm
Think
outside
Yeah.
in the
Yeah, everybody heard the
cat.
crash and
The
saw the
damage.
dust and
I'm going to do.
It's finesse.
Yeah, finesse just gives you the
Option.
advantage of -4, -8.
I'm gonna investigate.
Finesse is dex based.
Oh, you were wondering why there's
There we go.
multiple
okay.
attacks.
So you go over there and open the door.
Yep.
Okay. Carter.
Sword? No, it has finesse. It's,
Finesse is the -8, -4.
no, that's agile. You got them flipped.
Hover over the
Yeah,
straight
inside
behind
that
you.
hallway, you see the bloodied corpses of 6 guards, plus 3 people wearing black cloaks littering the floor. Several of the guards look to have been crushed and broken, not just stabbed. Give me a perception check.
It would be under weapons.
That was one move.
Oh, perception.
Okay. You hear the sound of a deep voice roaring from this direction over here through the door.
Okay, so I got to the door entrance. Do you want me to make a perception check
You
as
can.
well?
You don't have dex for it.
Oh,
No,
it says I already
that's
rolled
thief.
initiative. Why can't
Don't roll initiative, roll perception.
I am trying to roll perception.
No, you're rolling on the initiative
You have
dice
to
one.
click the perception dice.
Yeah. There's a separate one
The
for
one above
perception.
it.
You gotta pass the perception check to find the
In
perception
path
button.
loading zone.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. You can make out the voices to the north through that door. They are calling out. Let me get details. There is a deep, booming voice calling out, "Where are you, halfling? I can't see no more! I smash you eyes good when I get you!" And it's followed by several large smashes and crashes. Do you have any actions left?
I do. I have one.
Okay.
Take a dodge.
Oh, there is no dodge option.
I'm gonna just.
Run down the hallway, ignoring that door.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna come over to here and then just start seeing if these guys have any sort of life at all left.
Okay.
They look
Craig,
like
what
a
would you like to
fine
do?
red paste on the map right now.
You never know. A few slaps on the cheek, maybe they'll wake up.
If not, we got extra.
Yeah, as one does.
Extra money for me.
So that's one move. And then I can't see in that corridor, so.
Correct. So you can go blindly in if you want, or you can stop at the doorway and look.
The doorway.
So you can take another action if you want.
It does say I have a. Whenever I infuse a spell in the part of the entire book, it says a blue light always radiates off the weapon. So I should have a small blue light. It's not supposed to be significant, but
Okay.
you can see the.
I can see it on your icon.
Where's
Yeah.
the room where the angry man is?
You're not sure? Give me a perception roll.
It's that one.
Ah. In there? Okay.
Perception.
I will take up position next to the door.
Okay.
But I can't open it.
Okay.
I'll move up there.
Pickle.
Is there a way across over here?
What class
Yeah,
are you
the
playing?
Technically, your strength
Where-
Strength.
Is there stuff going on?
Strength and
here
calm.
now?
That's yours.
That's where Crash came
Except
from.
elves have
negative.
a negative, and then the barbarian gives me a positive.
You can't move through the
con.
wall,
Basically,
so
an average
you
con.
get weight points, so move.
But your dexterity's good, so you have higher
Yeah,
AC.
down space. And then you can go down. With space. Space bar.
I pulled
And
this
then
studded
go
leather off
across
the
the
guys.
bridge. And wherever it turns yellow, that's 2 moves. So if you go
I
back,
know.
one more.
I spent it all in the arquebus.
Yeah, and then
And
these.
ammo.
So that's 1 move.
That would be rare to find wherever we go. So I decided I would get like 100 of.
Is this the door right? There's a door
That's
there?
the door, yeah.
Okay, this is a whole wall.
Yeah. You can't see what's going on in there.
I'm not. It actually doesn't weigh that much.
Now, can I stop over the top of a dead person?
And then they grab you by
Yes.
your ankles.
They've been beaten to enough of a pulp where it's not difficult terrain anymore.
Are we playing
So
this
was
game
that-
until 7 or 8?
7.
Okay.
So was that your 3 moves?
That was 2.
Okay, so would you like to do something for your third action or stop where you're at?
Do I need to draw my sickle, I guess?
Only if you want to strike somebody with it.
Yeah, I'll draw my sickle.
Okay. Jason.
Can I spend how many turns is it going to take out take the hatchet from there
And get
pick
the other
up
one?
The other hatchet.
As long as you're adjacent to it, you can grab it. So 2 actions to retrieve your weapons. Good. You can
Let's
pocket
see
it.
if you see them again.
Well, so if those actions take 2 actions. To,
Yeah, you grab both your hatchets, not a problem. And then you have what third action to do?
part of those 3 actions.
You're going to be putting away your sword, so that's going to be all 3. So,
that all 3?
yeah, mark all of them as retrieved then. Probably a reload, or if
It
You
doesn't
didn't.
really-
You didn't drop them on them.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Don't have to worry about that. Technically, you would drop them, and then it would switch to an option to pick up. Probably because you might have to add it into your inventory as a second hatchet, a separate line, so that it shows up differently. Might be some other way to do it. As long as you only have 2, we could probably keep track of
That's
it.
kind of, yeah, I'm okay with that if you are.
I'm gonna see what this person makes me.
Because there's a barbarian over him.
No, because I'm on top of the dude.
Where are you? Oh, okay. Just move yourself to the right one and do it. So take whatever you want from him while you loot him. So Pinkbeard.
Alright. I'm going to this side of the door. And
You made your perception check to see if you can hear it.
Yeah, he was aware of it.
Okay.
Okay, you open up the door. You see a massive creature smashing the walls. His eyes and his face are bloody from an injury, and he seems to be at least partially blinded.
We have an action left.
Okay. As soon as you open the door, you hear a voice from inside the room says, "Help! I can't get out!" Sounds female.
alright.
Not like me.
Close it.
Okay.
So
Then
I
take
get
yourself.
one
Yeah.
action. So for that one action, first thing I'm going to do is, since we just encountered this guy, I'm going to hunt him.
Go for it. I don't know if it gives you a check it. Does your character include a use icon next to the hunt?
It just has this checkbox thing where it's first attack on hunted prey, and target is your hunted prey.
Okay, so hunt prey
Oh
doesn't.
wait, there is an action that says hunt prey though.
Yeah, that just gives you the bonus. So yeah, don't worry about it.
Alright.
So you hunt them. You just keep track of it. I didn't know if maybe it gave you an effect like hunted prey. So yeah, we'll have to research that. But right now it's you have him hunted.
Yep.
Okay. From inside the room, you hear that same voice call out words of encouragement.
It's a bard.
Which, if I figure out how to do that.
Interested in the next hero.
There are bardic abilities. Are the spells?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it
it's
is. Okay.
Inspire courage.
Okay.
Inspiring
Yeah,
courage.
let's go.
Okay. There. Nice.
Oh, I can see
Now-
everything.
Chain
Well,
lightning.
and this is one thing I wanted to test out. You now, when you place a 60-foot emanation, you place it, and then it automatically will let you target all allies or all enemies and apply the effect. So everybody should have gotten Inspire Courage. I think. At least everybody that was in the emanation.
My attack still says I'm.
You might have been too far.
I'm looking at other people who don't pick up.
I think you have to click and drag it to your character again.
I guess I'll try that.
Oh, okay. No, that's because it targeted them.
Yeah, now I have it. I just had to click and drag it.
Yeah. Okay. So it goes on. That's why I put it on. I put it on them and you. Okay. So we got it. So I guess it at least targets it. It's intended for things like fireballs, so you can do the saving throws and everything. So I got it on. I got it on everybody. Anyways, you guys temporarily have an inspiration of courage. There you go. Carter, what would you like to do?
I guess I'll take my first move to here.
Okay.
Oh. That's a good one. And then I'm going to use a spell, so I can actually make my spell strike this time. Called Dimensional Assault. So it's going to let me do a 15-foot, so rounded down a 15-foot move, but then I can make a strike right afterwards, which is going to be my spell strike. So I'm just going to go there. And then I'll attack the big guy.
Okay. He does not make an attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
When I picked up my hatchet.
Oh,
Yeah, you got him.
So I was
You
okay.
didn't target him.
So now I have to roll.
He
both
did not
my-
target him.
Target him.
you missed.
T. Is he targeted?
He is now.
Okay. So now, do I press the damage button?
I think so.
Okay, so I press damage. So I do this. This is my first.
No, that includes a point of force.
It does, because that's from my Arcane Cascade stance.
Okay.
And then I roll the damage for my needles
For your needles.
that I infused in my weapon.
Okay. Maguses are very complicated.
Yeah, I had to read a lot about it. And I'm going to make them adamantine needle darts because that's
It
an
has
option.
to be an item that you have in your possession.
In your hands.
Yeah. So unless you have a
Unless you have an adamantine weapon,
Oh,
you can't.
no.
Yeah, you
I'll
can't
just
just
use-
choose whatever you want.
Oh, never mind. I'll just do regular needle darts then.
Okay.
And then roll damage. For 9 more.
Okay.
And then that's my turn.
Okay.
Technically, I still have an action, so.
You moved. You
I
moved the
moved.
second time with a spell and made an attack.
But the attack was
spell
free because of the spell.
Oh, okay.
So then I'll cast shield.
Okay. Craig, what would you like to do? Magus is being all complicated.
I guess so.
Don't forget to drag the spell effect over to yourself.
Yeah. I will move into the room.
Okay.
I guess I'm next to the. Yeah, I guess I can.
You are next to him.
That, so. I'll try to smack him with my mace.
Okay. You miss.
Ah. I'll raise my shield.
The big creature ducks and dodges out of the way.
I guess so.
Pickle, what would you like to do?
How did you attach it to yourself?
First move, I'm going
What?
to see what the
Drag,
guy next
like,
to
take
me,
drag
You drop the spell thing.
Yeah.
On your
if
icon.
he's got any treasure. Do I click on him?
Double click on him. And then feel free to drag and drop whatever you want onto your icon. So meanwhile, we go on to Jason.
It says on the spell you cast in the chances spell effect shield.
Okay.
You write back box.
Onto yourself.
Inspire confidence. Inspire.
It was almost.
Almost.
Almost inspiring
Almost. I
enough.
missed the big ogre creature.
It was close.
It's gonna,
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to move in to get as far as I can.
So you can probably only get to about here before you have to at least stop and look at where you're going, because you don't know where you're going. Or press the space button to turn. So that's one action. be able to go through the wall.
You also don't know what's in there.
Space now drives
There you go.
Except I want to see what's in there.
Right. So if you go somewhere that's unhealthy, I'm going to move you, and/or you get negative effects. So the safest is move into the doorway, see what's in there, and then take another action to move in. But
This is
you
my
might.
second action.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to move you back one, or I can't select you easily. Go ahead and move yourself back to the doorway because otherwise you're standing on Craig. Okay. Now well, let's move down one, and now you have your third action to go where you want, or do what you want.
My third action.
You see a big giant creature.
Action to rage. Is that correct?
Yes, currently.
I'm gonna go ahead and rage.
Okay, so use rage, and that should update every. I guess apply effect.
As soon as we get this down, this is actually really convenient.
Can you just not? You can't just apply it.
remember how
He's
we did it
raging.
last time?
Oh, so I was doing it.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
sorry.
Yep, it's fine. Okay, so that gives you temporary hit points. It modifies your attacks, applies all your other bonuses and everything. Should be all good to go. So yeah, I agree, Carter. Once we're used to it,
Yeah.
the automation is really advanced at this point.
Yeah.
It works really well. Okay, Mara, George.
I'm going to. Go over here. Check my food pockets.
Okay, the one I think the goblin is searching that one right now, or has searched that one.
Search. Well,
You
I
can-
took what I wanted.
Yeah, you might want other things, but okay. So you're searching him. Okay. The ogre goes.
Oh, so it's an ogre.
Sure.
We now know.
Well, I think you can probably tell that by the picture.
Yeah.
He's going to strike at Carter because he's right there, and he hurt him. So he swings his ogre hook at you, and misses you because of concealment. He seems to be blind at this point. Okay. Swings a second time and gets a 18, which will hit you. I need to turn that off. 12 points of damage.
12 points.
Okay. And then he thrings a. Let's see. That is. Oh, he can use the trip. He's not going to bother tripping you. He's just trying to kill you. He swings a third time, but the concealment blocks it. Okay. Yeah, it did. Pinkbeard. Keep in mind, you guys are level 1.
Yeah.
Blindly charging into multiple combat, not a great plan.
And now that I've hunted them last round,
Yep.
I'm gonna open fire this round.
Okay. You got him.
Alright.
After the gunshot right behind you. Okay, you shoot him for another 9 points. And then,
And then reload.
and then,
Shoot again.
okay. Make sure you remove the hunted benefit this time.
I thought it was first attack on hunted removed. I think when it's hunted, I thought it was you keep having to pursue him until.
No. There's a toggle for first attack against the hunted.
Okay,
It
yeah,
only
so
applies
keep
on the
him hunted,
first.
though.
He's
Yeah.
still hunted. That's
Yeah.
not a problem. But the bonus only applies against your first attack
Okay,
of a given
there we
round.
go.
Actually, the first successful hit, I think. There's just a damage bonus, isn't it?
It is after each round of successful hits.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But it's not an attack bonus, so it's it applies to the first time you hit them in a round. Okay. So go ahead and attack the second time. That time you missed. Second gunshot goes off, blowing out Jason's second ear. Okay. So the courageous inspiration goes away, a halfling jumps out from behind cover over here and quickly runs for the doorway, escaping out here. And then recasts Inspire Courage, calling for you guys to help and assist her. Kill the brute. Okay. I will do so.
I did it.
Okay, you did it already on yourself. I don't think it'll apply it a second time, but
It does actually apply it twice.
does it?
Yeah, I
Oh.
got a double.
Okay. So it looks like everybody else is good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Carter.
I'm gonna make an attack.
Okay. Against.
The
Carter? Or
ogre.
Craig?
No, not Craig.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna make a regular old attack. Okay.
You miss.
All right. So I'm gonna take a 5-foot step here.
You can't. There's a person there.
Can I not share a square with somebody?
No, you cannot share a square at the end of an action.
Huh?
You
Never
can
been able to share a square.
cannot share a square at the end of an action. You can go through his square, absolutely, but you can't take a 5-foot step and end it there. If you want to take a 5-foot step, you could go here.
The only time you're allowed to share a square is if it's with a corpse.
That's
A
right.
non-animated
I'm just gonna make a
one.
full move right here.
Okay.
And then I will, for my last action, I guess I'll just cast shield again.
Okay. Now don't forget, when you got hit, you could have dispelled your shield or used your shield to absorb some of the damage, but then you can't use shield again for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm too late now.
Right, but
Yeah.
just keep in mind that mechanic. I know you
forgot.
haven't. You're not used to using shield.
Yeah, I don't usually play conservatively.
Yeah. Craig, your turn. The Magus runs away real quick after taking a massive ogre hook to the face.
You smacked me too hard.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Try to smack him.
Okay. You're not scared of an ogre. You haven't been hit yet.
Not yet.
Unfortunately, you are unable to strike the creature.
Hey.
So then I will raise my shield and move so that we aren't fighting a big guy in a tiny room.
Okay. Leaving it all up to the barbarian.
He can move. He has an action.
That sounds like a challenge strength.
That's right. That does.
Go.
That's what you got to get used to. Every time you run away, you say, "Barbarian, I bet you can't take him."
Exactly.
This is where we throw a Molotov cocktail in there and close the door.
Pickle, what would you like to do?
Let me.
I'm gonna loot this other guy.
Okay.
Pickle guys.
Pickle loots.
Rummaging through bodies.
Jason.
Alright,
Gremlin.
so I'm
Maybe
going
he's
to
got
target him.
Okay.
You
And
don't need a
I'm
target.
ranging, obviously, right?
Yep.
I am going to go ahead and throw my first hatchet at him.
Okay.
Should have taken the throwing raging weapon.
He does.
He did.
Oh, I think you took John.
Okay. First hatchet misses.
Alright, then I'm going to go ahead and take my second hatchet and throw it at him.
Okay. That one misses as well. He knocks both of them casually away as they bounce off his thick hide.
Then, can I actually step in and do my
Yes.
two-handed?
Yes, you're trained. I believe the mechanic is +1. What?
You can't move and draw a weapon normally.
Not anymore?
Speaks for that. I've never been able to.
Yeah, it's
Earlier editions you could, but okay. No, take separate action. I don't know. They keep changing all the rules.
5-foot step.
Walking
No.
and drawing a weapon should not have to be two separate actions.
So I'm going to go ahead and drop
There's
the
feats that
hatchet.
allow you to do it.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and drop
Feats
the
are so
hatchet
weird
as
in
far
this
as
game. You can take a
on
feat
this.
that lets
That's-
you
yeah.
carry more, or you can take a feat that lets
And
you walk and use your arms at the
I'm
same
going to
time.
go ahead and draw my
Draw your sword and stay where you're at.
stay where I'm
Okay, George. You and the goblin are rapidly rifling pockets and so forth.
Well, I can buy potions later on.
You absolutely can.
He
It's
can
important.
buy more cucumbers to make more pickles.
It can't fit there. If you have enough movement, I'll let you go over there and open the door
I
and
want
move
to
in.
listen at the door.
Oh, okay, so yeah, there's not enough room in the hallway.
For some reason, she's like extremely fast.
Well, she should be base 30 already.
She's 35.
Yeah, well, she has some.
35 already?
She's 35.
Yeah.
She took the health feat.
So,
Yeah, she's fast.
um,
It's important to be that when
she
you're the
doesn't
rogue,
feel
because you got to get away
she
from the
doesn't feel
guards.
like entering a room that everyone's leaving, so I mean, she can go
Yeah,
over
for
there.
some reason everybody's backing away from the room.
She'll go over there and
dude.
does, and I guess grab stuff off of this dude.
Okay.
But assuming if he has a hand crossbow, she's actually going to hold the hand crossbow. Hold it in her hand.
Okay,
not
sure.
Just like stuff it in her staff.
That's fine. I'll let you work through that. Okay, the ogre goes. He's going to take a swipe at the barbarian.
His reach.
He does. He's an ogre. Takes a swipe at the barbarian. He sees through his blindness and strikes a 26. That's going to be a critical hit.
Retributive strike.
Just stupid.
He slashes you hard for 21 points of damage.
I
Was
have,
that a natural thing they were doing,
No,
right? Oh,
unfortunately
Oh,
not.
yeah, you're not champion.
I know.
at the
I was thinking about it, but they
end
haven't
of my,
remastered it yet.
if I'm going down to 0 hit points, I have one final attack I can do.
Okay, I don't think that took you out.
It did.
Oh, it just put you at 0.
Yeah.
Okay, so you won't go down until you take another action, at which point then you take a point of damage. When you're at 0, you still fight, I think.
I think it's when you're 0 or negative. Because 0,
Yeah.
there's no negative. So
Okay,
0, you're down.
so you're going to get one more action otherwise. Now, does that still keep you up and fighting?
No, it just keeps me hit for one.
You make a strike before falling unconscious.
Okay, so you get an immediate strike at him.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, go for it.
Can he even if he's out of reach?
No,
Okay.
but you can throw something at him. You can spite at him. But you can do one action, whatever action you want.
Okay.
What do you want to do? You're about to go down, but he's out of reach of your strike.
Yes, if you're going to give me one action,
Mhm.
I'll step back.
Okay.
Collapses on.
Okay,
collapses
so
onto
the
floor.
barbarian steps into the room as everybody else retreats out of it, and then he takes a massive strike against the chest with breaking his perfect physique, mind you, and tumbles back before he goes down.
I did. First time.
Okay, so now I'm wondering why it didn't put you as down immediately,
That is strange.
because I thought it's as soon as you reach -1.
There is no negative ones or anything like that. There's dying conditions, and that's just because of fear. There's no negative hit points in Pathfinder.
Right.
So I don't know why it didn't automatically do the dying levels.
Okay, I'll put him at dying then.
He's unkillable.
There you go. You're at dying now. Okay. It might be because his feet's overriding it. Next time I take somebody out, we'll figure it out. Okay.
Just gave my 8 conditions. Just
And then he stumbles over here and takes a swipe at the next person nearby, which is going to be Pinkbeard.
You take a.
Unfortunately, he's blind and can't see you.
Oh,
Pinkbeard.
alright. I am going to try to kill this guy before he gets another chance to kill me.
Might be a good idea.
I'm gonna reload. And then immediately.
You only got 2 temporary hit points?
Yeah. That's the level of-
Oh. Okay.
It's also based on con.
Reload and then shoot him.
You hit him.
Alright.
Bullet impacts the thick, meaty chest of the ogre.
Oh man.
Does 3 points to him.
Okay.
It was just enough.
And then you want to reload?
Yep.
Yep. And the ogre crumples to the ground in the room.
Apparently he doesn't like gunshots.
He hit me.
Okay. What did you want to do for your other action?
It was the last one was reload because I had to reload
Okay.
the first time. Then
Okay, so you reload again. Okay, Lindsay, the halfling, checks her spells.
Sorry, your day.
And cast
Can
Daze.
Lindsay help? Where is the?
Daze is you.
This is off to a great start, isn't
Where
it?
did she go?
She's
She's
underneath.
underneath
Yeah,
on
she's
her.
underneath him.
Oh,
I purposely fell on her to make sure that
She
Don't
steps
forget about
over.
me.
She steps over here to get out from under the oily body, and and then casts a spell targeting you, and soothes your wounds, and heals 10 points of damage. So that would be applying healing.
you want to heal my wounds, little bard?
Okay. Now let's double check all of these. You are okay. Your rage is gone because you went unconscious. You have the soothe ability, which gives you +2 against mental effects for 10 rounds. Clumsy, off guard, prone, blinded, unconscious is gone, and dying is now should be wounded. So I need to check that mod that does that automatically. Okay. Carter.
Makes a piece of food
Oh.
that can heal someone D6.
I'm gonna go in
So it's 2 actions and makes the food. And then
and
they have to spend an action to eat it.
I'm gonna look at what he's got.
Okay. Craig, what would you like to do?
Is that
Oh,
only used when you want to use that?
I'll take this.
Hold on. Do we hear any more disturbing sounds?
Disturbing sounds. Yes, you do. You hear some more voices coming from this door over here.
Okay. So I'm going to motion people to come with me, and then I shall move.
Sounds like shouts and roars. Sounds very at least one of the voices sounds like Amiri. But it goes silent.
Okay.
We need to make sure that Aunt Jemima is safe, Dad. We gotta save her from.
We need our maple syrup before they say it's a racist to have on the bottle again.
So that's one action.
No.
No. Yeah, they removed her a few years
It
ago.
said it
Pearl
embodies.
Milling Corporation.
Yeah,
It was a stereotype.
It said it was a stereotype
Same with the
and it
Land
embodied
O'Lakes one,
slavery.
which I think is more ironic given the fact that they removed the Native American from it but kept the land in the background.
Land doesn't get
Your
offended
turn
by
matters to us,
stereotypes.
Yeah.
Your turn matters to them? Yeah, obviously, everybody's paying complete attention to it.
I really respect that as the healer. I will remember that.
Okay.
Price increase.
10%
price
increase in
increase.
prices.
So I'll move here,
Okay.
and then I will open the door since there's trouble.
Okay.
Ben,
Why are you moving,
You
Ben?
had
Go
to
back.
follow.
No. What? You gotta wait for your turn.
I was just following orders.
Okay. Pickle, what would you like to do?
How often do focus spell? How often? Are
Night's
they-
rest.
Night's
Well,
rest.
Or 10 minutes.
Focus
10
spell
minutes,
is
yeah.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
meditation.
Yeah.
I could cast cornucopia on him, and that would heal.
Well,
Does it heal?
You here. I'll put it in the chat.
I think it's food.
Yeah, it's food, but
It lasts 10 minutes. Grow some pickles. Anybody who eats it gets
He
healing.
lays pickles like eggs.
I think you cast a spell and it makes the food.
It lasts
And-
10 minutes and anybody can eat it.
Yeah, they have to spend an action to eat it.
Right. And yeah.
so what time of day
It-
is it? I guess?
Well, and it
It's only a single fruit.
It's like nighttime.
yeah, it's a single meal, so one person can eat it.
I'm wondering if I should heal him with
Well, you could cast it, and then it'd be you have a magic pickle. And then you can do whatever you want with it before it expires.
Right, you got 10 minutes
Yeah.
before.
So what are
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
hit points? How many? What are you, half? Or how many hit points do you
Yeah,
have?
yeah.
You can see the bar.
Yeah, there's the bars.
The bar indicates
The orc and the elf are both very hurt.
Yes.
Well, I guess I could heal.
Whichever one's closer
Well,
to
you
red
wouldn't be able to
is
do
more
it this.
damaged.
You wouldn't be able to do it this round because you have
Oh,
to spend 2 actions to cast it, and then
Hit
you have to
point-wise
spend
might not be
a
okay.
move.
Right.
Okay, I'd have to move in. One that you guys are, we don't have that much healing in the group, so be conservative.
Yeah,
Because
crap.
I've got.
I guess.
Well, admittedly, he hasn't even talked to the priest, so he doesn't know.
yeah.
So good role playing there, Keith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Because
Bard
basically
skills.
I've got one heal spell,
I think she's
and
not.
then I've got this cornucopia.
You really
Yeah.
only have one.
That was a level 1 spell for
Yeah.
the bard.
Yeah, so you guys,
Yeah,
I
thi-
wouldn't, when he said he gave you a hint, don't go charging in on this
Right.
stuff.
You guys are level 1. You have your hit points. Now, you guys have fairly quickly moved through the place versus like the rogue has been trying to loot. There's presumably other stuff. I mean, given the intro scenario and everything, it's not supposed to be deadly. But if you just go blindly charging into every room, you're going to get overwhelmed real quick.
Barbarian.
It's not, and that's fine for you, but it's not.
there's-
Don't think in terms of 15th level game where we have lots of resources.
I'm taking silver because I figure I'll buy
Potions,
healing
yeah.
potions
You need-
later on.
you're
Healing
gonna,
sticks.
and I'm not that.
yeah, you're gonna need those things.
Yeah.
My little sickle, I'm not going to go up against that ogre type thing. So that's why
Right.
what I'm doing.
Tested my
I'm
strength.
moving through the place because
He did. He
I
challenged
didn't-
them.
I didn't do that.
So what are you doing,
I
Keith?
didn't even know you guys were
I'll,
fighting.
if you hang around, Jason, I'll come up to you, and then on the next one, I'll give you this
So I gotta
cornucopia.
pick up all my weapons in here because
Okay.
I was just down.
Okay, so you're
Is
gonna,
it my turn?
yeah.
Okay, I will move up to Jason.
Okay, move into the hallway, and then you're gonna cast your cornucopia.
Can I do that as part of this?
Yeah, it's 2 actions.
Okay.
So you just cast your spell, and it, I believe,
Do I have to target him or just
Yeah,
cast?
just hit cast because it's not healing him this round. You're spending the spell to make the pickle.
right.
Okay.
So you just cast it. Now you have it, and then whenever you give it to somebody, then you'll roll the healing at that
I'm gonna
point.
spend my time picking up all my weapons. Anyway.
Probably, yeah. You can take a round or two. That's the problem with thrown
So
weapons.
that shows that it's being cast. And then
Okay,
what-
Jason.
That's what
So,
I've been
okay,
doing.
you gather your stuff. You only had the 2 axes, right, that you threw?
I have the 2 axes and I achieved my greatsword.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you got to recover all your gear. So George,
So this big dude in that room, does he look
which room?
hostile?
The one in the southern room?
Yeah. the
Yes.
open.
Yeah,
Okay.
he looks very hostile.
Since the door just opened and
Mm-hmm.
everything, is he caught off guard?
He is not.
He was staring at the door. He was
He
waiting.
he
for
was
it.
not staring at the door. He was staring to the north. As
probably
the
heard
door
the
opens, he's standing there. Let me see what he's armed with. He is not armed with anything. He's standing there in a boxer stance. But he's not actively engaged with anybody. As the door opens up, he stops, slowly turns his eyes to the door, and then shifts to start facing it.
Could I potentially do like a stealth check to see if he doesn't see me, so I can
Sure.
potentially get?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And then he has to make a fear check, see if he's scared. Of
And
this
then
ghost
he
open the
caves
door.
my skull in.
No, he's aware that Craig is there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm around the side of the door.
Okay.
I can't see him. He can't see me.
Versus his perception bonus. Not sure if he saw you or not.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and just take a shot at him.
Okay, well then I'll see you.
Well, yeah, but my thing was
Do I do this?
whether or not we can backstab.
When
Okay,
so
oh yeah, that's
That's
valid.
almost off.
Okay,
When
yeah,
he
that's
eats
fine.
it.
I grant that.
So that's in my next.
well, whenever he eats.
Yeah, you might as well shoot.
So once again,
That is a
where are you
miss.
going- Where are you going to eat your pickle?
You're not very skilled with that crossbow yet. It's
Okay,
unbalanced.
I've given you the pickle.
Okay.
Just slides it into
So we go.
What?
Oh, you do.
Yeah, you had to move and cast the spell. So you were
okay.
holding a
Was,
magic.
I assume
Well,
the
I
stealthing
moved
was like
and
an action.
cast the spell.
No, that was just a
Okay.
reaction
The
to
pickle's in your
the
hand.
door opening
Okay.
up.
So it's in your hands now.
Is it
And
this
then-
turn
okay.
now?
I will.
Yeah, I think he.
When either of you have an action, you can hand off the pickle and get the heal.
It's a potion.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a potion.
Technically, it
Be
says
saying that sentence in my life.
Okay.
Duck into the corner.
Behind the dude shield. And I'll
And-
raise my shield.
Okay, you raise your shield. You like put him in the way.
Well,
But you're raising your shield?
I have a shield too.
Okay, Pinkbeard.
Alright. I'm going to finally move over to the door.
Okay. There you go.
Surprise.
Oh, that's wonderful. Hey, there's a little loot token.
Hello.
Hey, Ben.
And
Somewhere in the complex, the automaton wakes up.
so I'm going to
Windows
tap.
boot up theme starts.
Yep. I'm going to use my Gauntlet of Robot Summoning. And
Okay.
I'm going to summon a defense robot.
I will put you back here
It's none of your business yet.
and add you to the combat so that you can join once we get to your initiative.
Well, at the banquet, it was interrupted by a terrorist
Okay.
attack. By
So
a group
Ben,
of
what are you doing?
wolves.
The other Ben.
Uh,
Pink Beard.
I
you
already
did-
moved down there.
Yeah, that's one action.
Okay. And then, next action, I'm going to reload. Or wait, I think I already reloaded.
You did?
after- Yeah.
Well, you can reload again since you forgot whether you reloaded. I'm fine with that, but
And then, I'll shoot this giant guy I see that's just standing there, looking like he has his fist up.
yeah, he's completely passive and everything, just standing there. Go for it. Take a shot at him. Make sure you target him.
Yep.
23 is a hit.
Alright.
That was a good roll.
Not a
Plus-
critical, though.
Nope. I'll let you know.
Plus 40 or attacks.
Okay.
It's not right.
Gunfire goes off, doing 9 points of damage to him. And then you.
Reload.
Okay. The bard back here cries out.
I'm also in the level
I think I've used my healing. Let me double check my spell list. No, I do have another healing. Who's here that needs to be healed?
And the barbarian.
Who had the most influence with the bard?
I didn't
have no
have any influence
I
with
had
it 'cause
zero
I was the only
influence
one who
with the
talked to
bard.
her.
You were the only one that talked to her. Okay. So in that case, that's neutral. So she goes for the one that's most injured, visually here, at least from the color of the bar. I'll take that as the most indicated. So she heals Gromok or
Grimlock.
Gromok. Okay. She casts a soothe on you, which puts the spell effect and a healing bonus. Heals you for 8 points. Okay, Carter.
So I'm going to spend one action to get my spell strike back.
Don't you have to cast a spell into it?
No. So once you use spell
I already
strike,
went
you have
through
to
and
spend a
tried one,
concentrate
and you
action
tried
to get it back,
They're
or
all good.
enter into arcane cascade stance to get it back.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use just a focus action.
Okay.
I'm gonna move here for my second action,
Okay.
and then just to be safe, I'll cast shield on myself.
Okay.
I think if you want to load a new spell into it, then you might have to do it.
I had to read like
It's
I
Magus
had to
is a
read. I
complicated
had to read like a
one.
22-page like
Yeah.
part of a book to learn how to play this class.
Yeah, it's a complicated one.
If I do mess things up,
Eh,
it's complicated.
just lower your strength. Craig.
All right.
So there is supposedly a large man in there, but I cannot see said large man, so he must not exist.
He must not be large enough.
Just
Exactly.
shooting into an empty room.
Exactly.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, no, because there wouldn't be any people in there.
He's got a bag of sand.
Well, since I heard reports of a large man, I'm going to raise my shield. 'Cause he seems.
Gold. Maybe it's just a bag of
So you cast shield or raise your shield, and then
And then,
I think roll.
sure, we'll do this on Pinkbeard since
No, like.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got hit.
what are you casting?
So I'm going to cast Rousing Splash. Gotta use another new one.
You splash Pinkbeard with water.
Yep.
Okay.
Taste of the Sea. So he gets D4 temporary hit points, which will last for 1 minute. Target is then temporary immune to temporary hit points from Rousing Splash for 10 minutes.
Okay. There you go. You got four.
That's
Four.
actually a pretty
4
good
points.
cantrip.
It is good.
I mean, it's not a lot of hit points, but it's like just free D4
You got,
on
yeah, you got 4 temporary hit points, and you taste the sea air.
and then put the spell effect
Nope, I already
rousing.
We already it already
Oh, sorry.
added the points to you. It does it automatically.
You're taking
Okay.
quick prone.
I wasn't
when
sure if it added an
So, I mean,
immunity, like
once
battle
it- once it's
medicine
your turn,
immunity.
let 'em know.
That I
That's
don't
why-
know. It's spell effect rousing splash. Yes, has 10 rounds remaining,
Mm-hmm.
and when I dropped the spell effect on him, it automatically rolled the d4 and gave him the temporary
okay,
hit
it does
points.
all of that.
Does
okay.
all of it for him,
Okay,
which
cool.
is kind of nice.
That is pretty nice, yeah.
Especially since I think you're going to be using that a lot.
Well, I like it because it also counts as a flat check to recover from acid or fire.
Right, and it scales as you level
Yeah,
up.
it's free water.
Okay. So what else you got? If that's a 2 action one.
That was 3,
Okay.
so 2 action. Shield.
Pickle.
Okay, I'm gonna give Fabio here the cornucopia pickle.
Okay.
So
Pickle.
what's the mechanics of that?
Target him.
Target,
Okay, and then roll the healing.
roll healing.
It was in the chat. Roll healing.
Click that right there. There you go.
There you go. And then I apply healing to Jason. He's healed for 9 points.
Okay.
There you go. Pickle's gone.
Thank
I like
you.
the way that pickle touched you.
And now you have now you have 2 actions left.
I'm gonna move down
This episode is
to
gonna get
this guy,
demonetized.
and I'm gonna search him.
Okay. Keep searching for loot.
There's a giant guy. Oh, I wonder what this guy.
Druid's not getting anywhere close to those big giant guys. Okay, Jason, what would you like to do? You're still prone.
I shouldn't be
Giant
pro.
guy go? I was like,
No, I guess I haven't rolled initiative for him.
I was like, it would be a whole nother.
Let me roll for him. Okay.
He's just sitting there
So
going like,
I will make that adjustment and put the giant guy right before Jason. Okay. Forgot all about it. I told you he's just standing there. Okay. So he steps over here to get full view and takes a deep breath and then sprays out a cone of cold into the hallway.
Gosh darn it, you could have been right here, Dad. Immediately had your
It
thing.
doesn't matter. It's still effective.
That puts it here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, it's just a specific target need.
Well, no, there's a
Yes,
wall in the
indeed.
way.
That's
The problem. And that is going to get Pinkbeard.
but
Target him.
you have D4 temporary hit points.
And you give me a reflex save. Which, okay, you roll the reflex save. I was trying to put it in chat, but
Where do I go to roll a reflex?
It should be right on the left.
We're the 3 on the
Oh, okay.
9.
Man.
Okay, so that is a failure. You take 8 points of damage, which removes your 4.
HP saved me.
Yeah, the temp HP helped.
So what happens then when the temp HP goes away?
It takes regular damage.
It's just extra.
Okay.
insurance.
And then he calls out in, let's see, where is his languages? Okay. Let's see if anybody can speak this. If this works.
That's what you speak.
How the uncommon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
That's for everybody to read.
yeah, you're still prone.
Ah, yes.
If you can read that, you understand it. Jason.
Hold on.
Okay.
When would you like to do this?
You have your initiative.
Information of-
Yeah.
You're coming up.
Okay.
Okay.
Plus scale, you have right?
Yeah, I rolled it for you.
Okay.
Includes all the
You
mechanics.
want to give me a basic summary of what happened?
Stood up last round.
The group had a lot of fun at dinner. Had lots and lots of food. You slept the entire time.
I don't your skills.
That's fine. That's why you slept the whole time. Eventually, they retired after the party to a room in the castle, where they were resting, recovering from the meal, and so forth. You were put in the corner because you were still asleep. And in the middle of the night, they woke up to the sounds of combat outside the room and found that the place was under attack by people in dark robes and clothing and armor. They dispatched several of the would-be bandits or whatever and have been working their way through with the smell of smoke on the air as various things have been attacking the place. Okay.
So I was just put in this green room. Effectively.
You're right behind. No, you were with the group. I'm assuming you've caught up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So, Jason, what would you like to do?
Or
Okay.
This is the actual soundtrack.
This is
Not from Pirates of the Caribbean.
No.
I meant from the game.
from the game.
What
This
you
is the
said.
actual one. Yeah.
immediately go and throw one of my hatchets at him.
We gotta wait 3 years.
No, I'm talking about after, not this
After sure, in
game.
3 years, you're
Game
welcome to
game.
play the computer game. You successfully strike him, throwing your hatchet at the creature. He gives you a glare of disapproval and annoyance as you strike him for 4 points of damage.
Oh,
Alright, I'll throw it again.
Okay, throw
My
the second one. That one missed. He knocks it off out of the way with a fist to the side. George.
I'm gonna hold my action for inevitably someone can walk through.
Okay. Otto.
Me. So, which way did they go?
You can hear the sounds of activity over here.
Okay.
Okay. There's several dead brigands or assassins, what have they, laying on the ground. A couple of them look like they might have been looted, but otherwise you're free to do so if you wish.
I can move here.
Okay. You see a halfling standing in the hallway, and at least the orc at the far end of the hallway.
Okay. See a lot of bodies.
There's a lot of bodies, a lot of blood. Several of the guards in here have been completely crushed, and others are dead, including some of the would-be attackers.
Okay. I shall move here. Drawing my sword.
Okay.
So should automatically do it.
That's fine.
That's one. Well. Wow. Okay. Lots of dead bodies. Great job, guys.
Yep.
They were like this.
And I'll move here.
Okay.
My sword.
Okay. Okay, Pinkbeard.
Alright. I'm going.
Yes, you are wet. Pink
Now
wet.
it's like frozen.
Pink wet beard.
Okay. Alright. I am going to.
Black powder is
Good call.
Oh, part of my plan.
I'm gonna just blow off the black powder a bit and.
Doesn't work that way, but sure.
I'm going to shoot the giant guy.
Okay. Critical hit.
Alright.
You get your deadly now.
Just roll damage, or just roll critical.
Even
Oh,
better.
critical. Alright.
It's in the chat.
Oh, actually roll it here.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Just click the critical button.
either or work.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. Do 27 points of damage to him.
Gosh.
Huzzah!
With a loud crack of firepower, you strike the giant, and he promptly goes down.
Scared of me.
I'm going
Okay. Yeah.
to.
Came in and threw 2 axes at him and he got scared and he died.
Carter, and then you go running into the room.
Well, I was gonna go in there and grab the bag. The gold bag that's just, or the bag that obviously looks like treasure.
Okay, so he goes running in for the treasure. Carter, what would you like to do?
I'm going to shield. I'm gonna infuse my axe with needles, and then
Oh, okay. You're gonna
you wanna
infuse
go
your.
real quick,
Go ahead.
and then I'm just gonna open up the guy next to me, his a body.
Gonna open them up. Slice them
And then I'm
open.
just gonna take what I want, and that's my action.
Okay. George?
We go ahead and just listen at the door beside us.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Those cost a lot.
Sounds quiet in there. Appears to be locked. It's probably a full round. Yeah, I think you can get a feat that makes it like just an individual action.
It's a 2-action activity.
Yeah. And it's 2 actions in one.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
I think the feat takes it down to 1.
Okay. Okay. And then I'll go out.
Okay. Craig.
Well, I see that there's an unconscious person to the north. I can see it from my position, so I'm gonna go in the room to see who it is.
As far as I'm aware, there's 3 around us too.
We just cut one open. So.
I know. That's how you get the good silver out.
Okay, you move in there. You see Valerie,
Don't worry about
Amiri,
silver.
and Haram badly
I'm
injured
not smart enough.
and hanging out
I have a
behind the
+0
bar.
to intelligence.
They're not in any condition to fight. They're injured and taking cover from the giant.
Okay, but they're conscious.
They're conscious, but down.
Okay.
They call out and thank you for aiding them against the giant. They were set upon here. They were staying up late getting some drinks when the giant burst in. They tried and damaged the giant quite a bit, but he was able to take them all out.
Okay.
Were it not for your assistance.
Okay.
These guys are still
I'll ask them, like what's going on if they know, if there's any other threats they know of.
They heard a lot of noise coming from the west.
The west.
Yeah.
Um,
You were in the east wing.
so they're all up and conscious and not dying.
They're conscious. They're not dying. They're not in danger at this point now that the giant is dispatched.
Okay.
So unless there's other attackers within this wing, you can go through these doors, which will lead you to the main hall.
Okay.
That's not where the noise is coming from.
There's no noise that you guys are currently hearing. They said there were other attackers that they were aware of in the main hall, but they don't know how many or who.
Okay. So I will move over towards the doors.
Okay.
I'm not gonna open
Okay.
anything up yet. So let's
Just get yourself ready.
yeah, get ready.
Okay. Pickle, what would you like to do?
Where are the doorways? I'm gonna move down a little
Doors exiting to the main hall are going to be here.
over there. Well, let's see. I can go this way.
Probably.
No, I can see what.
Yeah. Doors are well. No, it won't be able to. It won't open up and show you what's there until you can actually see it.
So that's the closest space you can. Well, I guess you could do that.
Okay.
He climbs on the body.
My precious.
Fertilizer.
He's got a lot of fertilizer.
Okay. So you're just going to move there and that's it.
I'll search the body.
Okay. So you're going to go ahead and search the body. So at that point, we're going to end combat. Doesn't seem to be any current threats. No, we're not ending per se the game as such. Close. Okay. So out of combat, what do you guys want to do? I'm assuming since you're pausing in front of the door, you're not immediately throwing it open and moving
No,
on.
no.
So if you have stuff you want to do, now you can go non-combat and do those sorts of things. So you want to pick the lock, I'm
I
assuming.
want to open this bag.
Go for it.
Put in great.
Yeah, you gather all your
Right.
stuff.
I looped the guy that.
Oh, there's chainmail in this one.
Okay, so go ahead and just double-click on any of the bodies, Ben,
Okay.
and you can get whatever you want out of them.
Do I just click the item symbol
move it to my inventory?
I think you drag and drop it on your character character icon. There might be a loot button.
I'm going to meditate
I'll unlock
Or
it.
you put
To get
like
my
your,
focus
or
spell
open
back.
the,
Okay, so that'll take 10 minutes. I don't know if some of the group is going to wait that long,
I'll see how
but you
long
can
I
you can
choose
give it
to
a
work,
try.
but yeah.
Okay.
what are these little glowy
These are lights. So how long do we
Can
want
I
to wait?
start
Moving around?
moving around?
Yeah, you guys are free to move however you wish. There's without combat situation.
Cleared this room.
Fair enough.
No bad guys.
Yeah. This appears to be a private chef's room, more high end. Okay.
Probably really have to get on
So what is this thing?
That is a salvage, like the bag of the creature. Yeah, just double click it, just like a body.
What is this big thing that is in this first row?
That was the ogre we killed.
That's a dead ogre.
Okay.
That's the one that nearly killed a couple of the group.
Makes sense.
It's the one that
took
Bennett
Jason,
did in
took
one
Jason
shot.
out in one strike.
It took my half my HP without a critical.
Any other rooms you want to search through?
Oh no, I was just grabbing that one room. So we were gonna move on to
It looks like he sat down and he's focused and catching his
I assumed
settling
they were
his
searching
mind.
The body and usually search
Craig is waiting at the door, waiting for everybody else to be ready. The rest of the rest of this band, I wouldn't call them a group yet, but the rest of the mob, it seems to be scattered throughout. Okay, so you tell me when you're ready to open the door.
I pull support if we want to go in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna call out to the other people that we should get over here if there's other threats running around.
Okay,
I was
so
just making sure we didn't miss any
I'll
money.
move back in here to try to gather
move
the
up to
mob.
go ahead and move up to the door or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if it matters, while you guys are debating loot, treasure, etc.,
Yes.
the cleric has called for everybody. We need to move on.
Yep.
So move towards the door if you care to.
Which
I'll move you over there.
door?
Yeah.
Okay.
This door?
Yeah, to the west there. If you want to continue looting, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, move in there because we're gonna move on.
I'll stop meditating. I am gonna go up here to these people though.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask them if any of them can heal me.
They cannot. They don't have any resources left. They've used everything fighting the giant and damaging it. Lindsay comes over and says she's going to take care of him because she's not injured, and she does have a little bit of healing and medical left. She can't heal anybody. She'd much rather focus on these three that are badly injured. Otherwise, you guys can take whatever short time you have if you want to do any other preparations.
Can you do a medicine check on me real quick?
At 10 minutes.
We have
Never
10
mind.
minutes.
We're not using 10 minutes.
Jason, you want to switch places with me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm assuming you guys. Can you still see the skull from the giant?
No, I can't see the
It's
giant
gone
at all.
now.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it completely hid because it left the skull on my screen. So, did you guys loot the giant or care to?
You guys
Wasn't
leave
that the
that
package?
There wasn't.
You guys left
anything
the
I could
Okay,
do.
there wasn't anything on the giant. Okay, that's
Well,
fine.
there was.
double click on the
You
bag.
got
The bag has stuff in it I
Some
can
other
use.
Okay.
stuff, but-
Again, with some of these new mechanics, I wanted to make sure everybody had the
Yeah,
option.
I think
I-
the only thing
Long
that's left in there is
swords.
like long swords.
I would
He
like
had
to-
9 daggers. He had one of those bags.
No, he was collecting stuff.
I would
if
like
you
to
guys-
take the crossbow.
If you guys read the package, it's the general loot from all the pile of bodies that he was on top of.
Right.
Oh, I thought it said Scullery Savage, so I thought that was the
Salvage.
creatures.
No, he's
So I
a
was
savage.
Like, I don't.
It was all the bodies and stuff like that. The giant was on top
That
of.
we are currently scanning.
I would like to take the crossbow.
Okay.
It is my favored weapon, which I also did not buy. I
Okay,
did not
so
afford.
feel free to adjust any mechanics and any gear and everything. Now, one of the other updates that the software has, if you have a piece of gear or an item that somebody else wants, you can drag it from your character onto theirs, and it should trade it. Okay.
I mean, we could pick up the stuff since it's right here and then head out.
We could just leave everything in the bag, and then on the way out, we just take it back.
And we could do that.
Well, a lot of times we don't come back the same way.
First off, second off, unless they've taken over the city, it's still the
Yeah,
palace.
Still technically their property.
No, I'm
So-
just saying, most of the things we always go.
It's
one
taking
way.
a crossbow.
If you want stuff of opportunity,
Yeah.
now's the time to take it. Coming back because, hey, we've cleared the castle and now we can just loot at our leisure probably isn't going to happen.
That stuff's all heavy stuff, so I don't need
Well, and that's important because the game will automatically adjust your encumbrance.
That's what I was going to mention. It's like, Ben, I know you picked up like 3 or 4 sets of metal armor.
They get heavy.
I
So-
did.
If somebody did, the other bed.
The other bed.
Right. It will adjust your movement and
Yeah.
stop you if you get too much, so be
Yeah,
aware of that.
I just have one.
Oh.
Oh,
chain
by the
mail.
way, I'm gonna give you the studded leather armor I picked up, and then you should put it on.
Okay.
That's
better
that's a
than
good
chain
thing.
mail.
Before you go
Alright.
on to the next section, if there's gear you want to equip, armor is a good example. Put it on.
Studded leather armor is the one.
Let's
I'm
see.
And
giving
make
you.
So
sure.
if I drop this here, if I drag and drop, it should just appear.
I think possibly one of the things with your armor is it might not calculate into your armor class because you have to equip it as armor. You just equip it in your chest slot, it doesn't do it.
Right.
Because you have to
Yeah,
equip
there's
another
there's a subcategory of armor.
You just
So
gave
it's
me
possible-
chainmail.
Yeah, I thought.
That's
No.
fine. He's going to give you.
Yeah, I thought we were trading the chainmail for this.
No, I don't. I
Oh.
don't want it. How
Oh.
did you trade?
He dragged it
Just
to you.
dragged it to-
Oh, here I'll give both these back to you. 'Cause I don't want it.
And I figured you are. Jenny, I figured Jenny had a character ready to go.
That studded
And you
leather
knew
is
enough
what
how
you're
to
gonna
use
wanna
it.
put on.
I just wanted the crossbow.
But no,
Yeah.
I'm fine with all that.
Yeah.
Part of this part of this scenario here is figuring it out as well as getting used to all the mechanics. Like I said, this module is amazingly well documented and automated. So there's a lot of things we got to get used to. But like you commented earlier, once we do, this will be pretty nice. It really rolls a lot of things.
Here.
How do I equip my armor?
You're gonna press that little shirt icon, and then you're
You
gonna
got the
go
cash?
up to where
Okay.
it says
Well,
should have plenty of
and that's the other thing. You guys will need to sort out how you handle equal share.
Yes.
Okay.
Like that 30 gold of
We showed
jewelry.
up at 2.
I didn't.
Yeah, no,
didn't-
Not,
Showed
not
back
you.
up at
I'm just
16.
saying.
Right.
There's 30 gold of jewelry floating around. Yeah, I think the.
Well,
I think pink.
It wasn't fine.
One thing that's why I wanted to
It wasn't
point
hungry.
out the party sheet for everybody. You have a stash tab on that, which gives you a listing of everybody's gear and value.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, there's some role-playing aspects there, but keep in mind. I mean, I wouldn't expect you guys to say, "Hey, George, you've been stealing all the stuff.
Yeah.
You got to give us a share."
Yeah.
If you're not aware of it, but the long-term idea is try to keep everybody somewhat balanced, because otherwise you're going to get people that are overbalanced or unbalanced that are taking on the lion's share. But you can use that as a reference, and it shows you a lot more details as to what they actually have and so forth. You can also, in that party, use that as a party collection. So like Andy was frequently doing, everybody put 5 gold in so we have a party fund of 50 gold. That's what you do with this. That's what you use the party share. So if you have stuff the group wants, but nobody wants to claim, drag it from your inventory into that as a party share.
Right.
And then when you sell it, you can do it all at one place.
Okay.
Where's that
Okay.
located?
So when you go into the actor tab, there's a section that's labeled the party. Top right, there's a little silhouette of a head,
Hit that.
and then the party, and then click on the little notebook tab next to the party, and then go to the right on the stash, and that gives you your party fund. So you can keep gold there, etc.
Something we can. I can't modify.
How do you have 75 gold?
As far as value,
It's gear.
it's gear.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Now I've also set it so that coin is not going to have any weight. It's not realistic, but from the scope of this game, I'm fine with that. Okay. I'd rather you guys gather whatever you want rather than be worried about, well, I can't carry the silver, so I'm going to leave it behind.
So we can just put like stuff from the bag in here, the stacks, like whacking.
Right now, you should hold it. When you go to say the group
So
finishes
sad.
this up, and then say, okay, we're going to go to town and sell stuff. That's when you would put it in the party stash. Okay, and then somebody can buy and sell it.
Hey, share some low for
He does. He really should get an equal share.
You keep looting bodies. What'd you do with all the stuff?
No, pickle, the small pickle.
The little guy, he's there. What about the horse?
The horse hasn't even been introduced yet.
Well, the horse isn't here yet.
Yeah.
The
So
horse is in the stable outside.
okay, so with that, everybody's gathered up, ready to go, and I believe you guys' next step is to open the doors and charge forward into whatever's there, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is a good point to stop since we are just about at 7 o'clock.